Chapter 2550. The Taotai beast was too powerful. It was the most ferocious beast in the entire universe. Devouring a planet was child's play to it. Although the devouring devil fetus was not as powerful as the Taotai beast, it was already considered the most ferocious monster in the mystic world. Using the devouring devil fetus to create an avatar was not bad. In the future, when he left the mystic world, this avatar could help him rule the entire mystic world. The devil fetus consciousness was not erased by Ling Xiao. Instead, it was integrated into the divine sense that he had separated. It became a part of the avatar's memory. This was necessary because only in this way could the avatar obtain all the abilities of the devil fetus and control it. It would be easier for him to cultivate or devour in the future. Under the shocked gaze of the lightning figure, the devil fetus gradually became quiet and finally fell silent. When it woke up again, it made a strange sound. Others did not know what it meant, but Ling Xiao and the avatar were telepathically connected. Naturally, he knew that this little guy was hungry. "Senior, I have refined the devouring devil fetus into an avatar. I can naturally control all its actions. So, all your worries are unnecessary. What I want to ask now is, where is the 9 Nether Yellow Springs golden crow that you mentioned? I am going to let my avatar devour it." Ling Xiao had the 12 divine beasts position and the Taotai beast in the Tyrant universe. He also had the goal of collecting the 12 divine fires. To him, the 10 golden crows were just icing on the cake. They did not mean much. However, if the devil fetus devoured them, it would be different. This devil fetus would soon grow into his right-hand man. "This is incredible! This is really incredible!" The lightning figure looked at the devil fetus that showed no signs of resistance, and knew that Ling Xiao was telling the truth. For so many years, he had seen many people try their best to subdue the devouring devil fetus, but in the end, they were unable to subdue it. However, Ling Xiao was able to refine him into an avatar so easily. How did he do it? "Who are you?" the lightning figure asked. Before Ling Xiao could answer, the lightning figure sighed and said, "Forget it, there is no need to answer. I am just a consciousness that has yet to disperse. After I give you my inheritance, I will be completely separated from this world. It doesn't matter whether you know or not. Senior, do you want me to avenge your clan?" Ling Xiao suddenly asked. "Forget it. Let's talk. Our family's annihilation is. Let's talk about the 9 Nether Yellow Springs golden crow. It won't be easy for your outer body incarnation to devour the golden crow of the netherworld. Of course it's not easy for me, but I would like to ask Senior to elaborate." Ling. As I said before, the 9 Nether Yellow Springs golden crow is one of the 10 great golden crows. In other words, it was not complete. If it was the complete 9 Nether Yellow Springs golden crow, after the ox deity died in battle, it could easily escape from here. A mere ox deity's maze wouldn't be able to stop it. However, even if it was only one of the 9 souls, it was still powerful and terrifying. Before you, there were countless people who tried to approach one of the 9 souls of the golden crow. However, they either failed or lost their lives here. You seem to be a very far-sighted young man. Let me tell you this, in the Black Tortoise continent, other than the 12 beast gods, no one can suppress a golden crow. Even if it was only one of the 9 souls of the golden crow, it was enough to scatter the soul of a martial artist who was tens of thousands of times stronger than you. I'm definitely not exaggerating. You probably know that in the western region of the Black Tortoise continent, there are tens of thousands of small countries like the state of Chen. These tens of thousands of small countries actually belong to the 9 great forces. Because these 9 forces were too powerful, they were given the title of 9 Supremes. The leaders of the 9 great powers were also known as the 9 great venerables. They weren't countries, but they were above them. The reason why I'm telling you this is because the top martial artists of the 9 Supremes had also come to the Ox deity's maze in an attempt to seize one of the 9 souls of the Golden Crow of the Netherworld. However, they were still burned alive by the Golden Crow. Ling Xiao knew that the Mystic Snake sect was one of the 9 Supremes. The Mystic Snake sect had as many strong martial artists as there were clouds in the sky. The top martial artists were probably ridiculously powerful. Yet they were burned to death by one of the 10 souls of the Golden Crow. It was indeed terrifying. Although it was terrifying, Ling Xiao didn't plan to give up. Since the Devourer Demon Fetus and the Tao-Pai Beast were both under his control, even if he had to give up the Arcana Academy selection, he would still consume the remnant soul of the Golden Crow. Young man, it seems that you want to give it a try. Forget it, I don't plan to stop you. From the moment you subdued the Devourer Demon Fetus, I already felt that I had underestimated you. You will definitely become the most terrifying existence in the Black Tortoise continent. My only hope is that you won't become an existence that will bring disaster to the Black Tortoise continent. After the lightning figure finished speaking, a bolt of lightning suddenly shot towards Ling Xiao's forehead. Don't resist. I will give you all that I have learned in my life. It's a pity that most of my energy has been consumed. There won't be much left for you. You still have to rely on yourself for your future cultivation. Hearing this, Ling Xiao naturally gave up resisting. On one hand, he believed in the lightning figure. On the other hand, he wasn't afraid of the other party's tricks at all. After all, his martial spirit of Tyrant and Tao-Tai Beast could wreak havoc on the lightning figure's soul. If anyone wanted to take over his body, then they had chosen the wrong person. As the last bit of the lightning humanoid soul disappeared, Ling Xiao felt that his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. His strength was close to 100%, and he was about to break through the first transformation's 7 layers of hell. As for the complete cultivation method of the lightning shield and the heavenly thunder divine guard that the lightning humanoid had mastered, he already knew it by heart. As for how to cultivate, he would think about it later. Now was not the time. What he wanted to do most now was to let the Devourer Demon Fetus devour the remnant soul of the Netherworld Golden Crow. Storage ring? When he was about to leave, he found a dusty storage ring on the table. Under the storage ring, there was a line of words carved on the table. The one who obtains my inheritance can have it. Ling Xiao picked up the storage ring and penetrated it with his soul power. He was immediately shocked. The storage ring was filled with spirit stones, and they were all mid-grade and high-grade spirit stones. There were more than 10 million medium spiritual stones. There were also nearly 1 million upper spiritual stones. Chapter 2551. What did the number of spirit stones in the storage ring mean? He would know after a comparison. It should be pointed out that an ordinary yin-yang realm martial artist at the 7th level of hell could only possess about 1 million medium spirit stones. They would be considered rich if they had tens of thousands of upper-grade spirit stones. However, Ling Xiao had 10 or even 100 times more than them. He had become a tycoon again. Ling Xiao was worried that he would need a large number of supplementary herbs to refine the blood spirit pills and thunder fire mango pills. He did not want to waste time collecting them, so he had to buy them. Some of the herbs could only be bought with mid-grade spirit stones. He was worried that he did not have enough spirit stones. But what was there to worry about now? After taking the items in the storage ring, Ling Xiao did not take the storage ring away. Instead, he used the divine fire to melt it. He hoped that it could accompany the senior forever. After all, the senior had given him so many benefits, but he could not repay anything. This was a small compensation. After leaving this place, he returned to the study. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Ling Xiao did not disturb them. He just put away the remaining martial arts manuals. It was not important whether they were cultivating or not. What was important was that these martial arts manuals could make Ascension Town rise quickly and surpass any sect in the 8 Immortals County. This was the key. Ling Xiao! Brother Ling Xiao! Have you chosen your manuals? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, but there is too much time. I can't comprehend them yet. Lin Ruoxian replied. Don't worry. Let's get out of here first. The Ox God Maze battle should be over soon. We really don't have time to cultivate here. Ling Xiao planned to let Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death leave first after they got out of here. He would search for the remnant soul of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow alone. However, when they got outside, the 2 women refused to agree no matter what. They said they would share blessings and hardships together. Ling Xiao did not have time to persuade them. He put the corpse of the Violet Thunderbull into the Mountain River world and turned it into a Violet Thunderbull beast soul. It was embedded in the Ox God throne. The Violet Thunderbull beast soul was even higher than the 9 Snake General beast soul. It was first cycle nonary life seizing. Ling Xiao would not be able to use the beast soul as he wished, but it was a good thing he had the Cow God beast soul. That allowed him to use the Purple Lightning Cow God beast soul. Although it could not unleash its full power, it was still not weaker than the first cycle of the 7 hells. Of course, the steel-armored bull magical beast soul from before was useless. Ling Xiao directly swallowed it, and it became a part of his strength. The Purple Lightning Bull Beast Soul also had a special ability called Earthquake. This was a terrifying ability that could cause the ground to tremble and even change the terrain. Although it was not powerful enough to kill, it could still knock opponents unconscious. Even though the Purple Lightning Bull's godly text had been taken away, Ling Xiao was still using the corpse as a tool to strengthen himself. Unfortunately, it had no more power, and could not make any breakthroughs. Even so, Ling Xiao felt that he was the luckiest this time around. On his way to the 9 Serenity's Yellow Springs, where the discarnate soul of the Golden Crow was sealed, he went through his gains. First of all, he had obtained the beast soul of the Ox God. This was the biggest reward. Not only would the beast soul of the Ox God make him extremely powerful in the future, but it would also make the beast soul of the Ox God even more powerful. In addition, the power of the Ox God beast soul had seeped into his cells, increasing his potential by leaps and bounds. In the future, his cultivation base would rise even faster when he fought powerful opponents. He had also acquired the Blood Spirit Fruit Tree and the Lightning Fire Mang Fruit Tree. Needless to say, the Blood Spirit Fruit Tree could be refined into a Blood Spirit Pill. It would be a life-saving pill and could also strengthen his body. There was no upper limit to the toughness of his body. Ling Xiao knew that his body was already very strong, comparable to an immortal-grade spiritual weapon. However, as long as someone was strong enough or had a divine-grade spiritual weapon, they could still hurt him. Therefore, he had to be stronger. As for the Lightning Fire Mang Fruit Tree, not only could it increase the power of his lightning battle body, but it could also evolve into the Violent Lightning Battle Body. Thirdly, he had acquired the true inheritance of the Heavenly Thunder Holy Emperor. Both the Lightning Shield and the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard were complete, and could be cultivated to the transcendent state. As for the Heavenly Thunder Holy Emperor's inheritance that Lin Yuetian had acquired, it was not complete. At most, it could be cultivated to the greater success stage. Currently, the Lightning Shield was at the first heaven of the immortal grade. Its defense was naturally very strong, even stronger than the top-tier Lightning Battle Body. As for the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard, it was even more so. Currently, it was at the second heaven of the immortal grade. Once cultivated, one could form the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard. It was currently Ling Xiao's most powerful move. The Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard had 50% of Ling Xiao's attack power, and could form one Divine Guard. Proficiency was 60% of the attack power, and could form 2 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards. Greater success was 70% of the attack power, and could form 4 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards. Perfection was 80% of the attack power, and could form 8 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards. At the Transcendent State, it was terrifying. With 90% of the attack power, one could form 32 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards. 32 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards. How crazy was it to have 90% of Ling Xiao's attack power? Moreover, one of the 32 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards could have 100% of Ling Xiao's combat power. That was even more terrifying. Of course, the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards could not be equipped with magic treasures, and they had to constantly consume Ling Xiao's internal energy. So, the more clones he released, the more energy he would consume. Ling Xiao had to find a balance in the future. In addition to these 3 benefits, a large number of spiritual stones, the 9-snake general bee soul, and the purple thunderbolt bee soul were all of great help to Ling Xiao. Rumor has it that the golden crow of 9 serenities is a black sun on the black tortoise continent. The light it emits feels cold, like the water of the yellow spring. But in fact, it is not cold at all. Its burning ability is not inferior to the other 9 golden crows. It can also roast the earth and cause all the plants to wither. This was information that Lin Ruoxian had read in a book before. Since she was bored on the way, she read it out to Ling Xiao. She did not want Ling Xiao to do something stupid when he was unprepared. Don't worry too much. The golden crow of 9 serenities that was suppressed in the maze by the ox god is only a part of its soul. Ling Xiao smiled and said, If there is really danger, I will naturally give up. But if I don't even dare to take a look because of fear, it will be a pity. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death just kept silent. No matter what, if there was really danger, they would drag Ling Xiao away even if they had to. Chapter 2552. Over there! Finally, following the guidance of the lightning figure, the 3 of them arrived at a place as cold as the Yellow Springs. Ling Xiao released his divine fire to ward off the chill, and the 3 of them felt a little more comfortable. Without the protection of the divine fire, there was no way to enter this damned place. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death could only wait outside. If I don't come out at the last minute, you can leave. The alchemy formation stone I gave you has a teleportation array that can teleport you directly to the exit of the Ox God's maze. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he stepped into the bone-chilling 9 nether yellow springs. He didn't know what the real 9 nether yellow springs was, but the temperature in this place was extremely low. No wonder even if the golden crow of the 9 underworlds was here, no one could get it. Lin Ruoxian and Yu Shang didn't leave. There were some things that they would listen to, but there were some that they wouldn't. If Ling Xiao didn't come out at the last minute, they would rather barge in to save him. At worst, they would die together. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't have time to think about this at this moment. In the coldest abyss, he saw a golden crow flapping its wings. Its entire body was golden, but it was constantly releasing black flames. There were 81 seals on the golden crow's body, just like the devouring demon fetus. This caused its energy to become quiet. But Ling Xiao knew that this was just an illusion. Once the seals were removed, this golden crow would become extremely ferocious and powerful. He guessed that those cultivators who died under its flames were killed in this way. The moment Ling Xiao got close to the golden crow of the 9 underworlds, he seemed to see a strange illusion. A black sun in the sky was scorching the earth. People called it the 9 underworlds Black Sunday. Wherever the light of the black sun shone, that place would become hell on earth. There was no blood, only a burnt smell. The ground was littered with corpses that looked like burned oil. It was simply a tragedy. What a terrifying 9 underworlds Black Sunday! The Sand Race's martial arts seem to be related to this black sun, but it's just a superficial part of it. If I can really devour the complete 9 nether black sun, how powerful will my external incarnation be? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a little excited. He took a deep breath and unleashed the Crimson Sun feather robe. His body was enveloped in a layer of feather robe condensed from the divine flame and the Crimson Sun. Although the golden crow was powerful, it was still inferior to the divine flame. After all, even in the entire profound world, the 12 divine fires were the strongest flames. It was a terrifying flame that was born when the heavens and earth were born. Others might not be able to get close to this golden crow remnant soul, but Ling Xiao was fearless. At that moment, the golden crow remnant soul was sealed. Ling Xiao's idea was to let the devil fetus devour it first. Then, the seal within the devil fetus would be undone bit by bit. In this way, the danger of devouring the devil fetus would be minimized. Of course, the speed would also be much slower. But he didn't care. As long as he could devour the golden crow's remnant soul, his external incarnation would become incomparably powerful and would be of great help in the future. Little cutie, devour it. With a thought from Ling Xiao, a strange black vortex appeared on the surface of the devil fetus body. Like a black hole, it began to tear apart the surrounding energy. The Golden Crow remnant soul seemed to sense danger and began to release energy frantically in an attempt to destroy the seal on its body. However, it was useless. This seal was placed by the Ox God. How could the Golden Crow remnant soul of the 9 Serenities Yellow Springs break it? However, a large amount of energy flew out from the cracks in the seal. If it were an ordinary martial artist, no matter how strong their cultivation, they would probably be burned to ashes by now. But Ling Xiao was different. He wrapped the released energy in the divine flame, and then sent it into the devil fetus body. His divine flame was controlled by his mind and naturally would not harm the devil fetus. And the energy released by the Golden Crow could not harm the devil fetus through the divine flame. It could only be rapidly absorbed by the devil fetus. After a while, Ling Xiao realized that he had underestimated the devouring devil fetus. As long as the Golden Crow of the 9 Serenities Yellow Springs was not here, there was no way it could do anything to the devouring devil fetus. He smiled and directly broke the first seal. As he broke the seal, he observed the devil fetus condition. After confirming that there was no problem, he continued to break the second seal. Soon half an hour passed. Finally, the last seal was completely broken. However, the Golden Crow remnant soul could no longer resist the devouring devil fetus. It did not have much energy left. It was easily absorbed by the devouring devil fetus. As the Golden Crow of the 9 Serenities Yellow Springs was completely devoured, the strange coldness in the surroundings gradually disappeared. However, Ling Xiao did not care about this. He just quietly felt the changes in the devil fetus. After devouring such a powerful thing, the devil fetus should have grown. It's coming! He could clearly feel that the devil fetus cells were constantly metabolizing, and its body was rapidly growing. It had been sealed for so many years and had not eaten anything. Now that it had such a delicious meal, all the cells of the devil fetus were crying out in joy. Gradually, the protective shell on the surface of the devil fetus shattered. A ferocious black flame gushed out. Ling Xiao looked at the thing inside in surprise. It was a little beauty wearing a black dress. She had a pair of demon horns on her head, a pair of black demon wings on her back, and a demon tail about a foot long. So, this is my avatar? It's actually a woman. Ling Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. However, after a while, he calmed down. An avatar was different from an avatar. It could be a devil or a monster. In fact, both men and women were very normal. It was said that there were powerful people who could create thousands of clones, including children, women, and the elderly. Most importantly, this little demoness in front of him was really exquisite. The black muslin dress on her body was probably also condensed from flames. Perhaps because she had the devil fetus memories, this little demoness appeared very evil. However, she was also controlled by Ling Xiao's consciousness, so she appeared very close and familiar with Ling Xiao. It is said that clones have independent personalities, but they are completely connected to the master. They are more loyal than the most loyal pets. It seems like that is the case. Ling Xiao smiled and looked at the little demoness. I'll call you little demoness from now on. He gave his avatar a name. Thank you, master, for giving me a name. The little demoness actually spoke. However, Ling Xiao was not surprised. Ling Zhao's avatar was an independent personality to begin with. In addition, Ling Xiao had integrated the soul of the devil fetus into his divine sense, which made little devil's self-awareness even stronger. She would be smarter and more powerful in cultivation. As for loyalty, there was no problem. Perhaps the only side effect was that she might do something spontaneously because of her excessive self-awareness. Of course, these things would not harm Ling Xiao. Chapter 2553. It's getting late. Let's go. Follow me and don't run around. Ling Xiao could control the actions of his avatar with just a thought. But he still liked to talk. Perhaps it was more intimate this way. Ling Xiao wouldn't reveal the identity of the little demoness for the time being. He would just treat it as saving a demon in the Ox God's maze. Although demons weren't liked by the clans of the sealed world, such a little girl shouldn't be a problem. Besides, this little girl was now stronger than Ling Xiao, so he didn't need to worry about her. The little demoness' current strength was equivalent to the early stage of the 8th layer of hell. And she hadn't completely digested the golden crow remnant soul. Once she completely digested it, her strength would increase tremendously. With this kind of strength, not to mention Ling Xiao, even the 13th prince would be killed in an instant. So Ling Xiao really didn't need to worry about her safety at all. Besides, this was his avatar. It was meant to fight for him, so he couldn't get it wrong. What a beautiful little girl! Outside, Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were stunned when they saw a well-behaved little girl following behind Ling Xiao. But a moment later, Moon Death picked up the little demoness. If it were a stranger hugging her, she would have turned into ashes by now. I just went in and saw this little girl. But she actually swallowed the golden crow remnant soul. I suspect that it's the devil fetus transformation, but you don't have to worry. She listens to me. Ling Xiao explained in a half-serious manner. If he told Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death that this was his avatar, it would feel a little weird. Anyway, it wasn't something important. It didn't make a difference whether he said it or not. Let's go. We can go out now. After so long, it's time to end this fight. Ling Xiao smiled and led Lin Ruoxian, Moon Death, and the little demoness to the exit. At this moment, at the exit, a lively battle was taking place. Lin Yuetian and the disciples of the 8 Immortal Mountain were surrounded by the Tianfeng group and the Duke of Yu's residence. There was no way Qin Beixian would let Lin Yuetian take away the heritage of the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Emperor. Therefore, he would never allow it. The 8 Immortals Mountain was in a bit of trouble. Lin Yuetian was clearly injured. The remaining 5 people were also heavily injured. They were now resisting stubbornly. On the other hand, the Heavenly Wind group was in high spirits. The people from the Duke of Yu's mansion were not that happy. They were willing to help Qin Beixian deal with the 8 Immortal Mountain because Ling Xiao had severely injured Xiaofeng Wanwei. They did it for revenge. Only the Heavenly Wind group suffered the least loss, but gained the most. Qin Xianfeng had already received the inheritance, and it was only second to the inheritance of General Nine Snake and General Ling Yu. Other than the Heavenly Thunder Holy Emperor and the Divine Ox Beast Soul, he felt that this was the strongest. Now, as long as the Heavenly Wind group could snatch the inheritance of the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Emperor from Lin Yuetian, they would be the biggest winner. It was a shame that Ling Xiao was dead and they didn't know where the Divine Ox Beast Soul was. Otherwise, they would have had a better ending. Lin Yuetian, don't be so stubborn. Hand over the inheritance of the Heavenly Thunder Holy Emperor, and I can spare your life and let you leave safely. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing all of you. Anyway, I'll kill you all and frame Ling Xiao for it. Many people will believe me. Qin Beixian looked at Lin Yuetian coldly. They had been fighting for half an hour. Lin Yuetian was a tough nut to crack. He was not easy to deal with. However, Qin Beixian was confident that he could kill more time. He would not give up until the very last moment. Young sect master, don't worry about us. Leave now. With the inheritance of the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Emperor, you can at least become a disciple of the Arcana Academy. Then, even if the Duke of Yu's mansion becomes the ruler of the 8 Immortals County, they will not dare to bully us. Kong Yu shouted. Lin Yuetian rolled his eyes. To be honest, he did want to leave. However, with Qin Beixian watching him closely, there was no way he could leave. 5 of you, do me a favor. A vicious light flashed in Lin Yuetian's eyes as he said, Young sect master, as long as we can help you defend the honor of the 8 Immortals Mountain, we will do it. Kong Yu said. The other 4 nodded in agreement. Very well. As you all know, the sect master came from the dragon cult and has learned some special secret arts. One of them is the blood sacrifice of the demon dragon. The 5 of you will sacrifice your lives to strengthen my demon dragon martial spirit. That way, Qin Beixian will not be able to stop me. Lin Yuetian said. What? Young sect master, you want to kill us? Lin Ting was startled and exclaimed. Don't say that. You can sacrifice everything for the glory of the Eight Immortals Mountain. Why can't you sacrifice your lives? Lin Yuetian's face contorted into a grimace as he flashed to Lin Ting's side. The demon dragon martial spirit swallowed Lin Ting up. No! I don't want to die! Lin Yuetian, you bastard! Lin Ting screamed. I don't want to be killed by my own people. However, his screams were meaningless. His body slowly dried up and turned into a dried corpse. Lin Yuetian's power had increased significantly. Although this was only temporary to him, as long as he could step out of the ox deity's maze, that was enough. As long as he could get out of the maze, Qin Beixian would not be able to do anything to him. It's useless! Do you really think I will let you get stronger? Qin Beixian saw through Lin Yuetian's plan, so he suddenly transformed into a beast warrior. Lin Yuetian was still enjoying his meal when he slammed him to the ground. Lin Yuetian was no match for Qin Beixian in the first place. He had to rely on the help of the other five to survive. However, the sight of Qin Beixian killing Lin Teng had chilled the other five to the bone. Therefore, they didn't help. This time, Qin Beixian's attack landed on Lin Yuetian. Great senior brother! Long live the Heavenly Wind Group! From now on, the Eight Immortals County will belong to the Heavenly Wind Group. Everyone in the Heavenly Wind Group knew that the 100,000 Prince wanted to hand over the Eight Immortals County to the Duke of Yu's mansion. However, Xiaofeng Wanwei was already a cripple. Without a future, the Duke of Yu's mansion was no match for the Heavenly Wind Group. That's right. From now on, the Eight Immortals County will no longer belong to the Eight Immortals Mountain. How dare those idiots! Seeing that Lin Yuetian had been subdued, the Heavenly Wind Group cheered. Shouldn't we have listened to Lin Yuetian? Kong Yu heard the cheers and sighed. If Lin Yuetian had escaped, the Eight Immortals Mountain wouldn't have been humiliated like this. Save it, Kong Yu. Lin Yuetian would even kill his own people. Besides, Lin Ting is his most loyal friend. I will not sacrifice myself for him. Chapter 2554. Sigh, but from now on, the Eight Immortal Mountain will not be able to raise our heads in the Eight Immortal County. What is Ling Xiao doing? Isn't he very powerful? He's so good at dealing with his own people, but he can't deal with Qin Beixian. Xianren heaved a sigh and was a little unhappy. Don't talk nonsense. Haven't you heard? Ling Xiao not only crippled Xiaofeng Wanwei, but also took away the divine ox beast's soul. He only disappeared during the battle with the Holy Emperor. Lin Yuetian and Ling Xiao are just taking advantage of the situation. Anyway, the time hasn't passed yet. I believe that Ling Xiao is still alive. The Jin clan had always admired powerful people. Jinhai was very impressed by Ling Xiao's performance, so he firmly believed that Ling Xiao was not dead. Maybe Ling Xiao will become the last hope of the Eight Immortal Mountain. Kong Yu sighed. He had never thought that Ling Xiao, who had always been regarded as a traitor of the Eight Immortal Mountain, would become the last hope of the Eight Immortal Mountain. This was a little embarrassing. Ha ha ha, you put your hope on that arrogant guy. Let me tell you, he won't appear. Even if he does, I can kill him immediately. Qin Beixian laughed wildly. Is that so? A voice suddenly sounded. Qin Beixian suddenly looked back. Ling Xiao! Everyone stared in shock at the four figures that had suddenly appeared. 3 women and a man. That man, if not Ling Xiao, who else could it be? He's really not dead! Xianren didn't know whether she was happy or helpless. Her mood was very complicated. She had been suppressed by Lin Ruoxian and the Snake Clan. She thought that if Lin Ruoxian and Ling Xiao died together, she would become the top girl of the Snake Clan. So she felt helpless. However, the appearance of Ling Xiao and Lin Ruoxian made the despair of the Eight Immortal Mountain burn again. Maybe there was hope. Kong Yu, Jinhai, and Akira Toriyama felt the same way. They used to be enemies with Ling Xiao, but now they hoped that Ling Xiao would become their savior. It was a strange feeling. Qin Beixian paused for a second, and then he stomped on Lin Yuetian's arms. Ling Xiao's appearance made him feel a little surprised, but he did not change what he had to do. He just needed to speed. After snatching the inheritance of Holy Emperor Tianlei, he still wanted the divine ox beast soul. Lin Yuetian, you better think it through. If you don't give me the inheritance now, I'll cripple your cultivation and you'll be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Don't forget that you have enmity with Ling Xiao. Qin Beixian was really good at picking out people's weaknesses. Lin Yuetian had no choice but to admit defeat. There was nothing he could do since he was weaker than the other party. To kill. To be him, Lin Yuetian said. Of course. He sneaked into the Heavenly Wind group and stole the secret art. Did he really think his plan was flawless? We can't kill him outside, but we have to kill him in here. Qin Beixian had received Qin Changxing's order to kill Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao had not only killed Qin Changxing's son, but also stole the secret art of the Thunder Body from the Heavenly Wind group. How could the Heavenly Wind group forgive him? They didn't dare to kill him outside because of the Divine Codex. However, inside the Ox Divine Maze, they had nothing to fear. Finally, Lin Yuetian gave the Heavenly Thunder Divine Ox Beast Soul to Qin Beixian. Then he went to the side to heal his wounds. After Qin Beixian received the Heavenly Thunder Divine Ox Beast Soul, he stretched his body and said, Ling Xiao, I am very happy that you are here. I can finally get the Divine Ox Beast Soul back. I really don't know if you are confident or arrogant. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, Sister Ruoxian, Moon Death and Little Devil, don't interfere. Qin Beixian is mine. He needed the last chance to break through. Qin Beixian was a good opponent. After all, Qin Beixian was only one step away from the early stage of the 7th level of Hell, the Yin-Yang First Transformation. Ha ha ha, I have heard that you are a reckless person. Now I see that you are right. Do you think you can injure me with Dawn Wind Waning Moon's poison mist? Qin Beixian laughed and said disdainfully, I am the number 1 on the genius roll, the most powerful genius in the 8 Immortals County. Yes. You are the number 1, but I like to kill the number 1. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. This guy is crazy. Those who didn't know Ling Xiao well thought that Ling Xiao had lost his mind. Kong Yu even shouted, Ling Xiao, you have the Space Blue Book. You can just teleport out and we will win. Why do you want to die? Yeah, you are no match for Qin Beixian. Akira Toriyama said. If he wants to die, can you stop him? Don't you know his temper? Lin Yuetian sneered. Ignorant fool, he'll soon know what fear is. Ling Xiao shot Lin Yuetian a disdainful look and said, Useless piece of trash, I can't believe you are hailed as the number 1 prodigy of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Even Qin Beixian couldn't defeat you. Let me show you what a true prodigy is. You! Lin Yuetian was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was already injured. Brother Lin, don't be so angry. I will take care of this kid for you. You think you are invincible just because you defeated Xiaofeng Wanhua? What a joke! The number 1 on the genius roll was very angry that Ling Xiao looked down on him. Under the influence of new and old grudges, he was determined to kill Ling Xiao in the most brilliant way possible. Don't be so cocky. I killed the Purple Lightning Bull and you took advantage of it. Do you think I am that easy to take advantage of? I will pay a price for it. Ling Xiao hooked his finger and said, Let's cut the crap. Let me see how strong you are as the number 1 on the genius ranking. Eldest senior brother, beat him up. Beat him up so badly that even his own mother won't recognize him. The members of the Heavenly Wind group couldn't stand it anymore. Ling Xiao dared to slander the senior brother of the Heavenly Wind group. Kill him. The members of the Duqi family shouted. They knew that they were no match for Ling Xiao, so they hoped that Qin Beixian could avenge Xiaofeng Wanhua. This Ling Xiao. Sigh, he is such a maverick. Kong Yu shook his head and let out a wry smile. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao was a match for Qin Beixian. It was already a miracle that Ling Xiao could surpass them. How could he surpass Qin Beixian? The other 3 basically had the same idea. They felt a little awkward. Seeing their hopes slipping away from their fingers, they felt depressed. However, they all understood Ling Xiao's character. Once he had decided on something, he would not take it back. Did you hear that? The cheers of the crowd are so loud. Today, I will beat you up so badly that even your own mother won't recognize you. Chen Beixian finally moved. Maybe it was because he looked down on Ling Xiao. Chapter 2555. Chen Beixian's body turned into a blur as he flashed across the sky. Moon howling heavenly wolf fist, flying shadow. Chen Beixian's attack was fast and powerful. Chen Beixian had used his most powerful jade-level martial art right from the get-go. Ling Xiao didn't move. He just stood there and took the blow. Are you trying to tickle me? He was deliberately enduring the opponent's ferocious attack. Chen Beixian's attack couldn't kill him, but it could make him unleash his potential. That way, he would be able to achieve a breakthrough. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Although Chen Beixian hadn't used all of his strength, Ling Xiao didn't even try to block the attack. Ling Xiao didn't seem to be injured at all. It was unbelievable. Chen Beixian's face flushed red. He was enraged. His arrogance made him unable to accept such humiliation. Ling Xiao, you really know how to provoke people. Since you want to die so badly, I will fulfill your wish. Heavenly Wolf Beast Soul Transformation. Chen Beixian finally transformed into a beast warrior again. His body was covered with a layer of ferocious armor. He looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said, Poor man, you should feel honored because you will die under my Heavenly Wolf Beast Soul Transformation. Why didn't you transform earlier? You look quite powerful now, but don't just look like an embroidered pillow. Ling Xiao gave Chen Beixian a disdainful look. He could feel that Chen Beixian's combat power had increased by almost 20 times after the transformation. Although he still couldn't reach the 7th level of hell of the yin-yang state. But he wasn't far behind. Ling Xiao's disdain enraged Chen Beixian again. His sky-blue eyes turned crimson red. No one had ever dared to provoke him like this. This filled him with anger and mania. Oh! Chen Beixian didn't say a word. Instead, he let out a howl like a wolf. Suddenly, countless trees around him snapped. Some martial artists didn't have time to block out the sound and their ears started to bleed. Kill! The Heavenly Wolf Beast Soul Transformation roared. Chen Beixian jumped to his feet. The ground beneath his feet instantly cracked open. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above Ling Xiao's head. The terrifying giant claw slapped towards Ling Xiao's forehead. He wanted to smash Ling Xiao's head into pieces. This might is not bad, just nice to help me break through. Ling Xiao did not use his Beast Soul transformation at all. He was still in his original form. He raised his hands to block. Boom! There was a huge roar. Ling Xiao's body was smashed almost a meter deep into the ground. Ha ha ha! The Heavenly Wolf transformation is indeed powerful. Ling Xiao is finished. This is eldest senior brother's true strength. That move just now was really nothing. At this moment, the warriors of the Heavenly Wind group were excited once again. Seeing Ling Xiao being abused, they were naturally overjoyed. Why didn't Ling Xiao transform? Isn't he also a beast warrior? Kong Yu frowned, very puzzled. Maybe he didn't have a chance. Look at Chen Beixian's continuous attacks, he didn't give him a chance at all. Shi Yanran explained. At this time, the battle was still going on. Ling Xiao was obviously suppressed. He could only defend and had no room to fight back. However, what was strange was that Ling Xiao's face had a hint of excitement. Is that guy a masochist? Everyone was speechless. In fact, to some extent, this was not wrong. If the opponent couldn't kill Ling Xiao, then the more powerful the attack, the more Ling Xiao would like it. Because it would help him improve his strength. Suddenly, Chen Beixian threw Ling Xiao out and then stopped attacking. Trash, you are also a beast warrior. I will give you a chance, transform. Otherwise, if I beat you, people will say that I am a bully. Do you really want me to transform? Ling Xiao smiled and said. Once I transform, this battle will be completely without suspense. You will have no chance. What a joke, your transformation is just that guy with 9 snake heads. It is powerful, but what's the point? Qin Beixian said disdainfully. Who told you that I only have one transformation? Ling Xiao patted the dust off his body. He directly ate a blood spirit fruit. Qin Beixuan's attack was still very fierce. It broke a lot of bones in his body and damaged his internal organs. Even his life martial spirit didn't have time to recover. This blood spirit fruit was naturally a must. Blood spirit fruit! Where did you get it? Qin Beixian was quite knowledgeable. He could tell what the fruit in Ling Xiao's hand was at a glance. It's none of your business. Ling Xiao ate the blood spirit fruit and his injuries were healed. He also felt that the door of the 7 layers of hell had opened for him. Soon. However, it was meaningless to continue to take the attacks. Qin Beixuan's attack power was so weak now that it was useless to continue. He had to find a stronger opponent. He began to transform. Purple Thunderbolt Beast Soul Transformation! Ling Xiao's appearance was exactly the same as the Sacred Emperor of Heavenly Thunder. Lightning flashed all over his body, and a pair of huge shining horns grew out of his head. This startled everyone, including Qin Beixian. Qin Beixian even took a few steps back. Sacred Emperor of Heavenly Thunder! Don't be afraid. It's just a beast soul transformation. I'm not as powerful as the Sacred Emperor of Heavenly Thunder. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Do you really think that you're the Heavenly Thunder Holy Emperor just because you're like this? Go to hell! Qin Beixian was humiliated again. He couldn't believe that he was scared by Ling Xiao's beast soul transformation. This was unforgivable. He threw out a punch in the form of the Heavenly Wolf. It was still the moon-howling Heavenly Wolf fist, but it was much more powerful. For a moment, the earth shook. Sand and stones flew. The scene was shocking. Ling Xiao sneered. He didn't use any martial skills, and directly punched out. The fist was surrounded by lightning. Qin Beixian was sent flying by the impact. Tisk tsk. No wonder the beast soul of the Divine Ox Guard is so powerful. Ling Xiao was still exclaiming, but everyone's eyes were about to fall out of their sockets. Is he really more powerful than Qin Beixian? This thought came to everyone's mind for the first time. Even the martial artists of the Heavenly Wind group were shocked. He used to be a nobody, but now, he was so powerful that he could send Qin Beixian flying with a single punch. How did this guy do it? Miracle! Legendary! Kong Yu, Shanhai, Shi Yanran and Akira Toriyama originally had some opinions about Ling Xiao. They thought that he was taking advantage of his master's power to do evil. However, they suddenly realized that Ling Xiao was not arrogant because of his master. It was because he was arrogant and talented enough that he was chosen by such a master. They had been wrong about the cause and effect. Chapter 2556. No! That's impossible! That's impossible! How could I lose? How could I lose? Qin Beixian was enraged. He finally decided to stop hiding his strength. He was the top prodigy of the Heavenly Wind group, and his martial skills were equally powerful. Top-tier Jade grade martial skill, Heavenly Wind Wolf Seal! Qin Beixian roared. He formed a seal with his hands. A huge Heavenly Wolf appeared out of thin air, and then fiercely pounced towards Ling Xiao. The power of this move was more than 10 times stronger than the previous punch. The scene was shocking. Interesting. Ling Xiao drew out the white jade flying dragon sword and stabbed out. Dark Slash! It was the same low-grade top-tier jade-grade martial skill, under the same level of attainment. The sword and the wolf seal clashed. Ling Xiao took a step back, but Qin Beixian was sent flying again. How is that possible? How could Beixian lose to that guy in a martial skill competition? Qin Xianfeng was very calm at first because the Qin Beixian he knew had never lost a fight. How could he lose to Ling Xiao? It was impossible. He couldn't believe it. Qin Beixian landed on the ground. His blood was boiling and he felt very uncomfortable. Everyone looked at him in surprise, not daring to believe that this was real. Hey, senior brother, stop joking. Get serious. Is Ling Xiao really that powerful? The martial artists in the Heavenly Wind group were starting to lose confidence. Even Qin Beixian couldn't believe it. His Heavenly Wolf Beast Soul was a 1-star Yin-Yang State Beast Soul at the peak of level 7 of Hell. He had paid a heavy price for this Beast Soul. He thought that he could easily defeat Ling Xiao if he used this Beast Soul transformation. However, he realized that he was wrong. No! Qin Beixian roared and unleashed his energy. His energy was increasing at an incredible speed. Damn, he broke through? Ling Xiao scratched his head. He was surprised. Qin Beixian had broken through during the battle and reached the early stage of level 7 of Hell. Ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, I really have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I would have to stay here for a very long time. In order to express my gratitude, I will use my strongest attack to end your life. Qin Beixian let out a peal of laughter. Although he knew that it was bullying to deal with Ling Xiao with the cultivation of the 7th layer of Hell. But at this moment, he no longer cared. As long as he could defeat Ling Xiao, he would be satisfied. Ling Xiao had made him lose too much face, and he was very unhappy now. Ayaya, this is going to be troublesome. Ling Xiao laughed bitterly, but there was not the slightest trace of fear on his face. If someone could read his eyes, they would discover that Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with absolute surprise. He needed a strong opponent to help him break through. He originally thought that he would have to search outside the Ox God's maze. However, Qin Beixian had made a breakthrough. His opponent was right in front of him. Are you scared? But it's too late. The moment I broke through, the battle was already over. Qin Beixian's arrogance and confidence had returned to him. The martial artists of the Tianfeng group cheered even louder. Even Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death started to worry about Ling Xiao. Qin Beixian's breakthrough came as a surprise to them as well. Scared? No, no, no. I am just saying that you are the only one who is worthy of me. Ling Xiao shook his head. He put away the white jade flying dragon sword. He took out the black deity sword and the black demon sword. With the two swords in his hands, Ling Xiao's aura surged and his energy became even more powerful. The divine grade spirit artifact is good, but do you really think you can defeat me with those two swords? Qin Beixian said disdainfully. Meanwhile, he had already started to prepare his attack. In order to avoid any more trouble, he planned to defeat Ling Xiao as soon as possible. Of course, Ling Xiao wasn't going to sit back and do nothing. With the black deity sword and the black demon sword in his hands, Qin Beixian's ultimate thunder physique started to glow with lightning. Transform, ultimate immortal thunder physique! Suddenly, the purple-blue lightning on his body turned crimson. The eerie crimson lightning was filled with a despairing death chi. At this moment, other than not using the Sky Tyrant martial soul, Ling Xiao could be said to have fully displayed his strength. This guy must die! Seeing the eerie immortal thunder physique, Qin Beixian furrowed his brows. The breakthrough in his cultivation gave him the ability to kill Ling Xiao. He didn't want to miss this opportunity because Ling Xiao was too eerie and difficult to deal with. This guy was a monster! Qin Beixian suddenly dropped to the ground. His body gradually turned into a giant moon-howling wolf. It was more than 3 meters tall and had a length of 4 to 5 meters. The huge body brought about a significant increase in strength. Do you know that a real beast warrior is different from a beast soul transformed warrior? They are two completely different concepts. A true beast martial artist, even in the state of a demonic beast, could still use all the martial techniques that they had mastered. But a beast soul transformed warrior can't. Qin Beixian said something that shocked Ling Xiao as he transformed. To be honest, Ling Xiao didn't know this. He didn't know the difference between a beast warrior and a beast soul transformed warrior. Now, he gradually understood. Since he understood, he could use it. Because he was more powerful than Qin Beixian. He was a beast god warrior. He was of a higher level than a beast warrior. Since a beast warrior could do it, a beast god warrior would naturally be able to do it as well. I can give it a try. With a thought, Ling Xiao's entire body transformed into the form of a purple lightning bull. The pair of horns were the fusion of the Black Deity's sword and the Black Demon's sword. It was interesting to use sword moves in the form of the purple lightning bull. Moreover, he could feel that after the complete beast transformation, his abilities in all aspects had greatly improved. He could even use the martial skills in his human form. This was simply cheating. But perhaps this was the reason why beast warriors were feared by the other warriors in the Black Tortoise continent. You are indeed a beast warrior, but your cultivation is not as good as mine. How can you defeat me? Submit to me and become my subordinate. I can make you a beast warrior second only to me. Qin Beixian thought that he was the only beast warrior in the 8 Immortals County. However, when he saw Ling Xiao, he suddenly had the idea of subduing him. Save it. You are not as strong as me. Even if you are stronger than me, I have many ways to deal with you. You actually want to subdue me. What a joke! Ling Xiao glanced at Qin Beixian disdainfully. A terrifying sword light began to condense on the horns. Both horns circulated internal energy at the same time. He was going to use the 4th move of the Shadow Martial Arts, which was the most powerful martial skill he had mastered so far. It was a martial skill even stronger than Xianming's Slayer. Chapter 2557. Ling Xiao planned to use a normal top-tier Jade-ranked martial art to defeat Qin Beixian. It was worth it to use this trick on Qin Beixian. If you want to die, then die. Normal top-tier Jade-ranked martial art, Heavenly Wolf Fist. A gust of wind. A gust of wind. The huge Heavenly Wolf's body was so agile and powerful. In a blink of an eye, it was right in front of Ling Xiao. Along with the terrifying power, the ground along the way cracked open. How terrifying! Even if this punch landed on a small mountain, it would probably turn the mountain into dust. How could Ling Xiao win? Chen Xianfeng was finally relieved. Qin Beixian was indeed the most powerful prodigy in the 8 Immortals County. His idol had become even more powerful than before. What a pity for Ling Xiao. If not for Qin Beixian's breakthrough, he might have been able to defeat Qin Beixian. Kong Yu heaved a sigh, his heart filled with helplessness. He couldn't believe how much he wanted Ling Xiao to win. So did Shi Yanran, Akira Toriyama, and Jin Hai. Perhaps Lin Wuitian was the only one who didn't want Ling Xiao to win. Are you out of your mind? Lin Wuitian cracked a cold smile. He had already recovered from his injuries and was planning to take advantage of Qin Beixian and Ling Xiao when they were both injured. However, it seemed that he had lost all hope. Qin Beixian's current strength was enough to crush Ling Xiao. He could even defeat Ling Xiao without suffering any injuries. Ha ha ha, look at that piece of trash from the 8 Immortals Mountain! The crowd of the Heavenly Wind group burst into laughter. They thought that Ling Xiao had lost his mind. They thought that Ling Xiao was going to lose. But was that really the case? A disdainful sneer flashed across the huge purple lightning bull's eyes. Then, its 4 hooves suddenly stomped on the ground. Not only did it not retreat, it instead charged forward. More terrifyingly, the pair of horns on its head turned into a terrifying blade aura that seemed to be able to split yin and yang. The 4th style of shadow tactics, cleaving yin-yang. Yin-yang, 5 elements, all of them were destroyed. As the purple lightning bull charged forward, the huge sword shadow slammed into the sky wolf's huge fist. The two beasts collided in space. A terrifying fluctuation instantly spread out in all directions. Many warriors were directly overturned by this terrifying power, flying dozens of meters away. Rumble! Continuous rumbling sounds could be heard as the ground around the two giant beasts began to collapse. The sky shattered because of this. In the chaotic smoke and dust, only the howls of wolves and cows could be heard. No one could see the real situation on the field. It was a complete mess. They could only feel a terrifying power being released from it, causing everyone to tremble with fear. Even Lin Yuetian was trembling. Boom! Finally, the energy in the void was torn apart. The terrifying howls of wolves and oxen also stopped instantly. Two figures flew out from the fog. One of the figures flipped a few times in the air before finally landing on the ground in a sorry state. His body was riddled with wounds, and his mouth was dripping with blood. However, he stubbornly stood there with a cold expression. He was Ling Xiao. The members of the Heavenly Wind group didn't have time to celebrate. The other figure flew out almost at the same time. This figure was in a terrible state. Qin Beixian, who had already returned to his human form, spurted out blood. His arms had been cut off. His body was still bleeding from the horrible wounds. He was on the verge of dying. He lost! Qin Beixian lost! Qin Beixian, who was at the early stage of the 7th level of hell, lost! In the crowd, someone finally broke the silence and said what many people wanted to say. Some people wanted to refute, but they couldn't. Qin Beixian was on the verge of losing consciousness. He lay there like a dead body that was barely breathing. Ling Xiao chose to sit down cross-legged. This time, Qin Beixian's attack was indeed powerful and finally helped him break through the shackles. From the peak of the 6th level of hell, he reached the early stage of the 7th level of hell. He needed to stabilize his cultivation. Master, should we kill him? The little devil girl suddenly asked. Forget it. Since he helped me break through, I'll spare his life. In any case, he's no longer a threat to me in his current state. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and said lightly, Yes. The little devil girl stood aside obediently and didn't want to make a move. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly pounced towards Ling Xiao. It was Lin Yuetian. Although Lin Yuetian was shocked by Qin Beixian's defeat, he believed that Qin Beixian was injured. However, he believed that Ling Xiao was heavily injured after defeating Lin Yuetian. As long as he launched a sneak attack now, he would definitely be able to kill Ling Xiao. F***K, that's shameless! Kong Yu was taken aback. The people of 8 Immortal Mountain were stunned. No matter what, Ling Xiao had brought honor to the 8 Immortal Mountain. If Lin Yuetian did this, it would be a joke. However, they couldn't stop it. Because Lin Yuetian was stronger than them. Seeing that Ling Xiao was about to die in the hands of evil people, there was nothing they could do. Just as they were about to lament that there would be one less prodigy in the world, Lin Yuetian suddenly flew up into the sky in a straight line. What was going on? They saw that the little girl who looked like she was only 7 or 8 years old had punched Lin Yuetian and sent him flying. Not only that. A black light shot out from the little girl's hand and enveloped Lin Yuetian. The top prodigy of the 8 Immortal Mountain, the young sect master. He was reduced to ashes and his body was nowhere to be found. The little devil girl's attack was Ling Xiao's idea. Without talking, Ling Xiao could control the little devil girl to do whatever he wanted. Unfortunately, Lin Yuetian didn't know that and died in vain. Seeing this scene, everyone's minds went completely blank. What was going on? They couldn't accept that Ling Xiao had defeated Qin Beixian. A 7 or 8-year-old girl by Ling Xiao's side killed Lin Yuetian in one move? What the hell? Suddenly, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. Seeing Ling Xiao's eyes, everyone from the Heavenly Wind group and the Duke of Yu's family dropped to their knees in fear. Qin Xianfeng was no exception. No one wanted to die. If they didn't want to die, then they had to submit to the strong. Qin Beixian, who was lying on the ground, had already been fed a healing pill, which saved his life. But in his eyes, there was a gray color of despair. He realized that he would never be able to avenge himself. Never. Ling Xiao looked at Qin Beixian coldly. Number 1 prodigy of the 8 immortal state. That's all there is to it. Thank you for helping me. I won't kill you now, but I hope you don't do anything stupid in the future. Otherwise, not only will you die, but the Heavenly Wind group will also die. I am a man of my word. His words were simple, but they were full of sarcasm for Qin Beixian. However, Qin Beixian didn't even have the courage to be angry. He had already felt hopeless when Ling Xiao didn't make the breakthrough. Chapter 2558. Ling Xiao, if you don't kill me today, you will regret it. I will tell my father, the leader of the Tiafeng group, everything that has happened here. You destroyed Xiaofeng Kenwa and me. Do you think either of them will let you go? Qin Beixian was asking for death. He felt that there was nothing more he wanted in life. Since there was no hope for revenge, he might as well die. Then let them come, Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Do you really think that I would still be afraid of the two of them now? Even the 13th prince will be killed if he pisses me off. He sneered and snatched the incomplete inheritance of the heavenly thunder sacred emperor from Qin Beixian. Although he didn't need to cultivate it anymore, it still contained the terrifying power of the purple lightning bull. Ling Xiao wanted to store this power for himself. His cultivation speed would be as fast as before. Crazy! Xiaofeng Kenwa looked at Ling Xiao weakly. She could only think that Ling Xiao was crazy. He didn't even care about the 13th prince. What was he thinking? Ha ha, you are right. I am crazy, so you better not provoke a crazy person. Sister Roxian, Yu Shang, little Demonis, let's go. It's time for this battle to end. Ling Xiao laughed and walked out of the Ox God's maze. In this battle, his gains were really plentiful. In addition to the great benefits, he had also eliminated the enemy martial artists. Even Lin Yuetian was killed by him. He, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death were the strongest among the younger generation of the 8 Immortal Mountain. The 8 Immortal Mountain was already in the bag. He was a little afraid of Lin Quan before, but now, he wasn't even afraid of Lin Quan. He could basically do whatever he wanted in the 8 Immortal County. However, the weakest martial artists in the Qin Kingdom's capital were at the peak of the 6th level of hell. There were also countless martial artists at the First Revolution Yin Yang Realm's 7th level of hell. Ordinary martial artists had no stage in the Imperial City. Over there, the people Ling Xiao would meet were basically all first transition martial artists. Now, he was really looking forward to it. Now, Ling Xiao had taken a solid step forward. Not only did he obtain the divine Ox Beast soul, but he also obtained the true and false inheritances of the Holy Emperor of Heavenly Thunder. It could be said that he would definitely become a disciple of the Arcana Academy. However, the problem now was that he would become the target of public criticism because of this. He had offended the Duke of Yu's residence, the Tianfeng group, and some of the higher-ups of the 8 Immortals Mountain. Was it troublesome? Heh, since I'm going to leave this place, I might as well make a scene and make the 8 Immortals City my territory. In any case, he had already offended those who needed to be offended. Ling Xiao did not care anymore. The 8 Immortals Mountain, the Tianfeng group, and the Duke of Yu's mansion, whoever didn't listen to him, he would destroy them. This place could only have one owner in the future, and that was Ling Xiao. Having made up his mind, Ling Xiao was no longer worried. Instead, he became very excited. After all, he was about to do something big, so he was always a little excited. Ling Xiao was the first to walk out of the Ox Deity's maze, followed by Lin Ruoxian, Moon Death, and Little Devil. However, the people outside did not seem to be paying attention to him. Whoever came out first would not be the final winner. Perhaps the last one to come out would gain the most. Ling Xiao did not care. He found a clean stone table and sat down. Then, he chatted with Lin Ruoxian and the others. Are you all okay? At this time, the elders and patriarch of the Moon Clan, as well as Hai Wuzuan and Hai Wuliang of the Dark Clan, walked over. They were relatively close to Ling Xiao, so it was natural for them to be concerned about him. Thank you, seniors, for your concern. I'm fine for the time being. Ling Xiao's words had a hidden meaning. It was fine for now, but if someone complained about him later, he would be in trouble. Following Ling Xiao out of the Ox Deity's maze were the 4 remaining members of the 8 Immortal Mountain, Kong Yu, Akira Toriyama, Xianran, and Jinhai. Ling Xiao originally thought that the 4 of them would go and complain, but he didn't expect that the 4 of them wouldn't say anything at all. They just stood there like silent gourds. It seemed that Ling Xiao's victory over Qin Beixian had made the 4 of them realize how powerful Ling Xiao was. No matter how stupid they were, they would not make an enemy out of Ling Xiao again. The Tianfeng group and the Duke of Yu's mansion followed them out. When everyone saw Xiaofeng Wanwei and Qin Beixuan's miserable state, they were stunned. One of them was ranked first on the genius roll, while the other was ranked third on the genius roll. Both of them were crippled. Only the outsiders did not know that the two of them were crippled by Ling Xiao. Lin Yuetian, who was ranked second on the genius roll, was also killed by Ling Xiao, although Qin Beixian was the one who did it. However, the little devil girl was his avatar. As for who had died in the maze, the outsiders already knew. Every contestant who entered the Ox Deity's maze had a soul lock card. Once the contestant died, the soul lock card would fly back to the 13th prince. It was normal for people to die in the Ox Deity's maze. However, Lin Yuetian's death was a shock to many. After all, he was second only to Qin Beixian. Seeing Qin Beixian and Xiaofeng Wanwei in such a state, people's imagination ran wild. Who killed my son? Lin Quan's angry roar suddenly rose. He grabbed Kong Yu and asked in a stern voice. Although Kong Yu was frightened, he lowered his head and remained silent. He did not want to betray Ling Xiao, not only because of Ling Xiao's power, but also because he admired Ling Xiao. To be honest, he was really afraid that Ling Xiao would kill the four of them in order to silence them. However, Ling Xiao didn't do that. Gradually, he realized that he had been wrong about Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was not a murderous person. If he killed someone, it must be because his opponent had a reason to kill him. Bastard! Do you have a death wish? Lin Quan only had one son, Lin Yuetian. He would kill Kong Yu if he didn't. You are a sect master. Don't make things difficult for your own disciple. If he won't tell you, I will. Ling Xiao was not afraid to admit that he had killed Lin Yuetian. Even if the people of 8 Immortal Mountain didn't say anything, the Tianfeng group and the Duke of Yu's mansion would gossip. Therefore, he might as well admit it. Who? Lin Quan threw Kong Yu to the ground and asked harshly. Ling Xiao pointed at himself and said indifferently, I killed Lin Yuetian, Xia Feiyue, Xia Menglong, Jian Tianchen, Jian Lufeng, Hai Wuzuan, and En Ming were all killed by me. You don't have to ask them one by one. What? Hearing this, and especially seeing Ling Xiao's nonchalant expression, the faces of the leaders of 8 Immortal Mountain changed drastically. The relatives of the deceased were instantly enraged. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. They wanted nothing more than to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. Why? Why did you kill my son Lin Yuetian? Do you really think that I won't kill you because of your master? Chapter 2559. That's not it. Your son, Lin Yuetian, was the one who got himself killed, Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Not only did he kill Lin Ting with the blood sacrifice of the demon dragon, he also planned to sacrifice the others so that he could compete with Qin Beixian for the inheritance of the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Emperor. Unfortunately, he was a piece of trash. Qin Beixian almost crippled him. I finally defeated Qin Beixian, but he ambushed me. Who should I kill if not him? You are lying! How dare you say that you defeated Qin Beixian? Lin Quan refused to believe it. Bullshit. I already told you that I was the one who crippled Qin Beixian and Xiaofeng Wanwei. They are probably complaining about me right now, Ling Xiao said disdainfully. You can ask them yourself if you don't believe me. As for the rest of them, they wanted to gang up on me as soon as they entered the maze. If I'm not mistaken, it must be your scheme. It's a pity that they didn't manage to kill me, but instead lost their lives. You are digging your own grave. The elder of the Dark Ones could no longer tolerate Ling Xiao's existence. His grandson and granddaughter were dead. The most powerful prodigy of the Dark Ones had died at the hands of Ling Xiao. And Fei Tian and Ming and Hai Wuzuan were the future of the Dark Ones. He didn't care about anything else. No matter how powerful Ling Xiao's master was. No matter if the 13th prince was there or not. He didn't care anymore. What was there to be afraid of? Hatred had filled his body and turned him into an idiot who had completely lost his mind. I am digging my own grave? I didn't kill them. It was you who forced them into a dead end. Ling Xiao sneered. If it was before, he might have been afraid of the Elder of the Dark Ones. But now, he didn't care about the Elder of the Dark Ones at all. The only person in the entire 8 Immortal Mountain who was qualified to fight with him was Lin Kuan. At least, that was what he knew. Seeing the Elder of the Dark Ones charging at him, Ling Xiao didn't draw his sword. Instead, he flicked his wrist and a crimson lightning bolt shot out. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of the Dark Elder. The terrifying immortal thunder exploded on the Dark Tribe Elder's body. The Dark Elder screamed in agony. His skin, flesh, and bones began to corrode under the onslaught of the undying thunder. At this moment, he suddenly understood that Ling Xiao was no longer the insignificant ant of the past. He was no longer Ling Xiao's opponent. He was afraid that there was no one else in the 8 Immortals Mountain who could exchange blows with Ling Xiao. Am I going to die? The Dark Elder couldn't accept such an outcome. He still wanted revenge. Enough! Just as the Dark Elder was about to die, the 13th Prince made his move. He easily neutralized the undying thunder. Then, he suddenly looked at Ling Xiao and said, "You killed in front of me. Do you still have me in your eyes? Your Highness, you have to help us." Seeing the 13th Prince attack, the Dark Elder suddenly knelt down. He knew he couldn't beat Ling Xiao, but if the 13th Prince could help him, then everything would be resolved. "I've never had you in my eyes." "So what?" Ling Xiao looked at the 13th Prince contemptuously. "If I respect you, you're the 13th Prince. If I don't respect you, you're nothing. Don't try to act all high and mighty in front of me. You better be able to judge the Ox Deity's Labyrinth contest fairly. Otherwise, I'll cripple you too." "You!" The 13th Prince didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so audacious. How dare he act so presumptuously in front of him? "What about me? Don't think I don't know that you have an expert by your side. You're neither human nor ghost, and you're hiding in the dark. You really think I don't know?" Ling Xiao said coldly. "If he doesn't do anything, I'll take his life." Ling Xiao should be domineering right now. Because in the 8 Immortal City, he was the boss. Even the people from the Imperial City had to give him face. The 13th Prince had dared to help the Dark Ones against him, and he had even tried to use the hidden assassin to kill him. He was already giving the 13th Prince face by not attacking him directly. "All right," announced the result. "I'm getting impatient." Ling Xiao glanced at the 13th Prince and said indifferently. His expression showed that he didn't care about the 13th Prince at all. The 13th Prince suppressed the anger in his heart and asked loudly, "Who got the divine ox beast's soul?" "Me," Ling Xiao said. Hearing those words, the people from the 8 Immortals Mountain had mixed feelings. They were extremely conflicted. They were happy because the 8 Immortals Mountain could continue to rule the 8 Immortals City. They were angry because once Ling Xiao became a disciple of the Arcana Academy, they couldn't do anything to him anymore. How could they take revenge? What about the Divine Emperor's inheritance? The 13th Prince looked at Ling Xiao and asked again. "It's still me," Ling Xiao replied with the same indifferent voice. At this point, the situation was getting out of hand. Ling Xiao got the Divine Ox Beast Soul and the Divine Emperor's inheritance at the same time. Wouldn't the Arcana Academy have one less place to be a disciple? Who got the inheritance of the Nine Snake General and the Cold Moon General? In fact, most of the royal family knew about the situation in the Divine Ox Maze. Other than the devouring demon fetus and the lightning humanoid, they even knew about the golden crow of the netherworld. Therefore, they knew about the inheritance of the Nine Snake General and the Cold Moon General. "Us!" Lin Ruoxian and the Moon Death shouted. "The 8 Immortals Mountain took it?" The 13th Prince was stunned for a moment. This situation was far beyond his expectations, and he was at a loss for what to do. Because this is a matter of great importance, we have to ensure the fairness of the Divine Ox Maze contest. Therefore, the winner of the Arcana Academy's position and the right to rule the 8 Immortal City will be announced the day after tomorrow. After all, the 13th Prince had grown up in the royal court, and was very good at scheming. He was stalling for time because he didn't want Ling Xiao and Ling Zhao's people to get the Arcana Academy's position. It was no wonder that he was angry that Ling Xiao had humiliated him. The reason why he didn't lose his temper was that he was very cautious. He was worried that Ling Xiao might have other tricks up his sleeves. Therefore, he decided to stall for time and think of a way to deal with Ling Xiao later. As long as Ling Xiao was killed in 2 days, he would have the final say in the Arcana Academy's position and the right to rule the 8 Immortals' city. Ling Xiao was a smart man, and he had seen through the 13th Prince's scheme. However, what was the point of scheming? In the mystic world, the only thing that mattered was power. If one was not powerful enough, no amount of scheming would work. Sometimes, one would even be caught in a trap of one's own making. Chen Beixian, who beat you up? Suddenly, Lin Quan questioned Chen Beixian. He wanted Chen Beixian to tell the truth. Chen Beixian pointed a trembling finger at Ling Xiao and said, "Him! Ling Xiao! Not only me, but Xiaofeng Wanwei was also crippled by him." Chapter 2560. When everyone heard Chen Beixian say that he and Xiaofeng Canwei had been crippled by Ling Xiao, they were stunned. Words couldn't describe the shock they felt. Ling Xiao's name resounded across the entire Sky Thunder Mountain range and was deeply engraved in everyone's mind. He must have used some kind of trick, someone thought to himself. How did he do it? Lin Quan asked directly. Of course, with his strength, he must have used some kind of trick. Or maybe he just bullied us with numbers, Dukyu said loudly. No! Xiaofeng Canwei shook his head and said. It was a one-on-one battle. He didn't use any tricks, and neither did we. Although it's very unpleasant, we accept our loss wholeheartedly. That's right, Xiaofeng Canwei is telling the truth. Chen Beixian heaved a sigh and said. If even a woman could admit defeat, as a man, he couldn't hide it. What? This time, even the Duke of Yu and Qing Changsheng were astonished. This was too inconceivable. Ling Xiao had defeated Chen Beixian and Xiaofeng Canwei in a one-on-one battle? He had almost crippled both of them. It looks like he was telling the truth about killing Lin Yuetian. Lin Quan gritted his teeth and said. No, Lin Yuetian tried to sneak up on him when he was weak, but he was killed by the little girl next to him. Chen Beixian explained. Everyone was shocked again. What kind of luck did Ling Xiao have? His master was so powerful that everyone was afraid of him. How could he bring out another little girl after entering the Ox God's maze? And she was so powerful? To kill Lin Yuetian in one move, one had to be at least at the peak of the 6th level of hell. Of course, no matter how terrifying the little girl was, Ling Xiao was even more terrifying. This fellow's improvement was a little too fast, wasn't it? It made him feel like he was dreaming. He went from a nobody to defeating the top 3 prodigies on the genius roll. What the hell happened to this guy? Ling Xiao didn't care about the envious and shocked looks. Right now, he was more concerned about what kind of tricks the 13th Prince was going to play. It could be seen that the 13th Prince did not intend to give the ruling rights of the 8 Immortals County to the 8 Immortals Mountain. Even without Ling Xiao, it would still be the same. He had come to the 8 Immortals City to support the Heavenly Wind Group and the Duke of Yu's mansion, who were the most loyal to him. You'd better not play any tricks. Otherwise, I'll make sure that you, the prince, will never return. Ling Zhao's audacity was definitely not fake. If he was pushed too far, he would definitely kill the 13th Prince. All right, I don't want to interfere in your family matters. You can settle it yourselves. I'll take my leave first. The 13th Prince was also thinking about how to kill Ling Xiao and take away the inheritance of the Holy Emperor of Heavenly Thunder and the Divine Ox Beast soul from Ling Xiao. His departure gave the Heavenly Wind Group, Duke Yu's residence, and the 8 Immortals Mountain a chance to take revenge. He really didn't believe it. Could Ling Xiao fight against the 3 forces by himself? The moment he left, the 13th Prince gave the leaders of the 3 forces a look. His meaning was very clear. They only had 2 days to live. Once the results were announced, they would no longer be able to do anything to Ling Xiao. The leaders of the 3 forces were all smart people. They naturally understood the 13th Prince's intention. Therefore, when the 13th Prince left, they immediately surrounded Ling Xiao and the others. Lin Quan looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, Brat, you even dared to offend the 13th prince. I can't help but admire your courage. But since you've offended him, you have no way to live. Today, even if I have to risk offending your master, I will kill you. That's right. No matter who your master is, you deserve to die for crippling my favorite son. Qin Changxing also walked out with a fierce look in his eyes. I'll do the same. The Duke of Yu naturally wouldn't let Ling Xiao go. After all, not only did Ling Xiao cripple Xiao Fengwanwei, he also killed his good brother, Commander Qin. This could be considered an irreconcilable grudge. Haha, it seems like everyone is prepared to die together. Actually, I have long expected this day to come. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, But I didn't expect you to be such cowards. You only dared to do this today. I'll tell you the truth. That woman is not my master. Moreover, she has already left the 8 Immortals City for the Golden Heavenly Kingdom. She can't help me at all. You bunch of idiots have been fooled by me all this time. Without any fear, Ling Xiao no longer needed to rely on others' might. What? Hearing these words, everyone's faces alternated between red and green. They were determined to die together with Ling Xiao, but they didn't expect that Ling Xiao had been fooling them all this time. Because of a few words from Ling Xiao, they were so scared that they let this brat run amok. Damn brat, it seems like you're prepared to be killed. Lin Quan gritted his teeth and said. Although he was a little confused and didn't know why Ling Xiao suddenly told the truth, he was so angry that he didn't have time to think so much. Ha ha ha, kill me? I don't want to die yet. Ling Xiao laughed loudly and said. Just the likes of you bunch of three-legged cats, and you want to kill me? Are you naive or ignorant? Humph, you're treating us like fools again. Stop bluffing! Lin Quan snorted coldly and shouted loudly. Previously, he had been fooled by Ling Xiao. How could he fall for the same trick again today? He thought about it and didn't think that Ling Xiao had anything to rely on. Therefore, he could judge that Ling Xiao was just bluffing today. Is that so? Then you can do whatever you want. However, after this battle, I'll cut off all ties with the 8 Immortals Mountain. Don't blame me for being ruthless in the future. Ling Xiao said coldly. Cut off all ties? What do you owe to the 8 Immortals Mountain? What ties? If it weren't for you, my 8 Immortals Mountain wouldn't have lost so many geniuses. You've been an enemy of my 8 Immortals Mountain since the beginning. I only hate that I didn't act earlier and eliminate you. Lin Quan roared. No gratitude? Haha, it seems that you're all very forgetful. Ling Xiao said coldly. In the past, if I hadn't discovered it in advance, the 8 Immortals County would have become a purgatory on Earth. Your 8 Immortals Mountain wouldn't have been spared. Fine, you can ignore the kindness of saving your life. You people are used to being shameless, so it's not strange. I'm too lazy to talk, let's do it. Among the three of us, who will go first? Lin Quan looked at Qin Changxing and Duke Yu and asked. It was laughable. Ling Xiao had worked hard to kill the demon envoy of the Demon Shadow sect and save the entire 8 Immortals County. He could be said to be the savior of these 3 great forces. Now, the 3 great forces wanted to join forces to kill him. It seemed that for some shameless people, repaying kindness with enmity was a common thing. This old man will go first. Chapter 2561. The Duke of Yu stepped forward and coldly looked at Ling Xiao. I remember you. You helped the 8 Immortals County before, so if you can survive one move from me, I'll give you a chance. If you can survive my attack, the grudges between my Duke of Yu's residents and you will be written off. You want to write it off, but unfortunately, your Duke of Yu's residence is only a dog of the 13th prince. If I want to kill him, what will you do? Ling Xiao retorted. The Duke of Yu was unable to answer this question. Although Ling Xiao's words were unpleasant to hear, they were the truth. Troublesome! Duke of Yu, since you are not willing to make a move, let me make the first move. Qin Changxing roared. His figure suddenly flashed, and a large hand that covered the sky appeared from the void and covered Ling Xiao. Before the wind from the palm arrived, the pressure had already descended. Ling Xiao could feel that the terrifying pressure wanted to tear his body apart. Facing this palm, Ling Xiao only smiled contemptuously. Chen Changxing was indeed very strong, but in front of his avatar, he was just a piece of trash, not even worth mentioning. However, the current him did not intend to use the power of the little demoness. Because there was no need. He suddenly raised his hand. Similarly, his palm blasted towards the large hand that covered the sky. Rumble! A deafening roar exploded in the void. Ling Zhao's legs sank into the ground. The large hand that covered the sky was completely shattered. Chen Changxing, who was standing in the distance, was forced back 3 to 4 steps. His body was still flowing with terrifying electricity. You! Another shock. Everyone was somewhat numb. This Ling Xiao was actually able to fight Chen Changxing to a draw. No wonder he was so arrogant. This brat is a true monster! Chen Changxing looked at Ling Xiao in shock. He was unable to understand. Before entering the Ox God's maze, Ling Xiao should not have been so strong. What was going on? Hee, now you all understand. If I want to leave, none of you can stop me. The 3 of you together might be able to suppress me, but if you want to kill me, there's no way. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, You're old. It's the age of the young now. Damn it! Lin Kuan's eyes flickered. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, Ling Xiao, if you have the guts, do you dare to fight with us outside the 8 Immortals County in 7 days? Let's each pick 2 helpers and fight to the death. The winner would obtain everything in the 8 Immortals City. The loser will either die or become the slave of the winner. Hee, what are you thinking of now? Don't tell me you're planning to go to the dragon cult to ask for reinforcements? Ling Xiao sneered. It doesn't matter. I'll give you 7 days. This is also the time for all of you to consider. After 7 days, those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. After saying that, Ling Xiao took the little demoness and flew away. As for Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, he didn't want to implicate them, so he let them stay with the people of the 8 Immortals Mountain for the time being. Anyway, with their strength, plus the Moon Clan Elder, and their magic weapons, even Lin Kuan couldn't do anything to them. So he was very relieved. Seeing Ling Xiao leave so grandly, the martial artists of the 3 factions looked at each other in dismay. Lin Kuan, what's your plan? Don't make a fool of yourself if you can't kill him after 7 days. That kid's strength is incomparably strong. Even I may not be able to take him down. Chen Changxing asked. Don't worry, after 7 days I guarantee that he will die. Lin Kuan sneered and said, We'll discuss the details later. After leaving, Ling Xiao directly went to the 8 Immortals City and went to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. For him, this is a pure land. The 3 factions, including the Qin Kingdom's royal family, will not provoke the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. After all, this is a true colossus. In the entire mystic world, it has a terrifying force. The shopkeeper of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, Lin Fengyuan, immediately prepared a good place for Ling Xiao to cultivate. He also warned everyone not to disturb him. Ling Zhao's move caused the assassination of the 13th prince to fail. Ling Xiao took advantage of this time to start cultivating the Thunder Light Shield and Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard. In 2 days he absorbed the energy of the Purple Lightning Thunderbolt. This energy allowed his cultivation to break through to the mid-stage of the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Most of the energy was sealed in the cells of his body, becoming his great potential. Not only that, he also comprehended the Thunder Light Shield to the entry level. This is worthy of being an immortal grade 1st heaven martial skill. Its defensive power is incomparably strong. Even if it is only entry level, when facing a top-tier Jade grade martial skill, as long as it is not at the transformation stage, it will not be able to break through the defense of the Thunder Light Shield. The Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard is more troublesome to cultivate. With Ling Zhao's current cultivation, it is not easy to master. Fortunately, he has the experience of creating a doppelganger. In addition, the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul has the effect of creating a doppelganger. After some pondering, he also cultivated the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard to the entry level. However, it is extremely difficult to go further. He temporarily stopped cultivating and went out. The 13th prince was going to announce the final result of the ox deity maze. He wanted to know what the 13th prince was up to. Although the 13th prince was the representative of the Arcana Academy, he was not a high-ranking official. He would not dare to announce the results of the Arcana Academy's disciple selection. Therefore, if the 13th prince did not want Ling Xiao to be selected, he would try to stall for time. However, he still underestimated the 13th prince's courage. The 13th prince announced that Ling Xiao had broken the rules and killed innocent martial artists in the ox deity maze. Therefore, everything he received was declared null and void. The ruling power of the 8 Immortals County was given to the Duke of Yu's residence. The 3 Arcana Academy's disciples were selected by the Tianfeng Group, the 8 Immortals Mountain, and the Duke of Yu's mansion. Many people from the 3 forces were very happy with this result. How could they not be happy that Ling Xiao's efforts were in vain? However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the 8 Immortals' palace. Isn't that Ling Xiao? What is he doing? Is he crazy? How dare he stand on the 8 Immortals' palace? Is he disrespecting the royal authority? While everyone was still in a state of shock, Ling Xiao suddenly threw a punch down. Terrifying lightning wrapped around the fist energy, and directly hit the 8 Immortals' palace. The 8 Immortals' palace was instantly turned into ruins. The 13th prince and his followers fled in panic. How dare you, Ling Xiao? Are you really going to rebel? The 13th prince really wanted to kill Ling Xiao now. Ling Xiao didn't give him any face at all. Nonsense! You shameless bastard! Not only did you cheat for personal gains, but you also want to deprive me of my achievements. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Ling Xiao stood in the void and looked at the 3 forces coldly. He said, The 3 forces of the 8 Immortals County, listen up. I'll give you 5 days to think about it, which is 1 day after the final battle between me and the 3 forces. You'd better give me all 3 quotas and let me distribute them. Chapter 2562. Ling Xiao floated in the air. He issued his most powerful statement to the people of the 8 Immortals City and the warriors of the 3 factions. It was the most domineering declaration. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. As for that stupid prince, he can go wherever he wants. Does he really think that the Arcana Academy is his own? There are 14 princes in the Qin Kingdom's royal family. This guy is the most useless one, and yet he dares to come to the 8 Immortals City to show off. He's courting death. After saying that, he waved his hand. The little devil girl suddenly jumped out from behind him and raised her hands. A black light shone on the 13th prince. The 13th prince was terrified. He wanted to dodge, but he couldn't. One of his arms was melted off. Bullshit, prince, listen up. This arm is the price for your nonsense. I won't kill you today, but you'd better not talk nonsense in 5 days. After saying that, Ling Xiao turned and left. He destroyed the 8 Immortals' palace and cut off the 13th prince's arm. Then he left after saying that the 3 factions would give up 3 spots in the Arcana Academy in 5 days. This could no longer be described as domineering. It was simply lawless and arrogant. However, no one dared to laugh at him. No one thought that it was impossible. They saw with their own eyes that the little girl behind Ling Xiao, who was only 7 or 8 years old, cut off the 13th prince's arm. This was not an illusion. They also saw Ling Xiao destroy the entire 8 Immortals' palace with 1 punch. Without great strength, this was absolutely impossible. They believed that this news would soon spread throughout the 8 Immortals City, and even the nearby towns, the provincial capital, and even the royal capital. Therefore, the battle between Ling Xiao and the 3 factions would be decisive on the 5th day from now. If Ling Xiao won, the 13th prince would have no way out. If the 3 factions won, Ling Xiao would definitely die. This was such a thrilling battle. Those who were not involved were excited. They were looking forward to this battle. As for the people from the 3 great powers, they were deeply worried and incomparably furious. Eliminate this thief and defend the royal power. Defend the orthodoxy. Defend the dignity of the three great forces. The martial artists of the three major factions suddenly erupted with towering fury. It roared crazily. The fact that Ling Xiao dared to humiliate them in such a manner was truly intolerable. I give you the authority to kill Ling Xiao by all means. The 13th prince endured the pain and humiliation and issued the most furious order. He came to the 8 Immortals County to show his royal power, to show both power and kindness. But now, his face was completely ruined by Ling Xiao. He had become a joke. If he returned to the imperial city like this, he would definitely be laughed to death by his brothers and sisters. He couldn't tolerate it. He could tolerate anything, but not this. The royal family is not something you can provoke. Ling Xiao, the frog at the bottom of the well, you will pay the heaviest price in this world. The 13th prince gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with madness. Return to the imperial city. I don't want anything else. I just want Ling Xiao to die. You can find anyone. As long as they can kill Ling Xiao, I will make you the ruler of the 8 Immortals County. He looked behind him and said in the coldest voice, Yes, your majesty. And turned and left. He also wanted Ling Xiao to die. But he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do it alone, so he waited for the 13th prince's order. The 13th prince had taken in some heroes of the underworld. Any one of these people would be a giant in the 8 Immortals County. As long as these people helped, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to live. Ling Xiao didn't care about the outside world. After his outburst in the 8 Immortals Palace, he returned to the secret room of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company and continued to cultivate. In terms of cultivation, he didn't need to continue to improve. If he improved too quickly, it would easily cause his foundation to be unstable. What he needed now was stability. In terms of martial skills, he urgently needed to continue cultivating the Thunder Light Shield, Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard and Dark Shadow martial arts. He had already cultivated the top-tier Jade Grade Dark Shadow martial arts, Yin-Yang Destruction, to the Transformation Realm. Next, he began to cultivate the top-tier Jade Grade Dark Shadow martial arts, Ghost Destroying King. What surprised Ling Xiao was that when the Black Demon Sword and Black Immortal Sword recognized him as their master, they became his weapons. Not only did the two weapons level up, they reached the level of common grade Emperor weapons. Above treasure weapons were spiritual weapons. Above spiritual weapons were Emperor weapons. A common grade Emperor artifact was much more valuable than a divine grade spirit artifact. Moreover, as the two weapons leveled up, Ling Xiao discovered that there were more moves in the Dark Shadow martial arts. These moves had reached the first heaven of immortal grade. The strongest move had reached the second heaven of immortal grade. This simply made him overjoyed. In order to hone his martial skills, the little devil girl became Ling Xiao's best opponent. Ling Xiao was ruthless to himself. The little devil girl had injured him several times. Fortunately, Ling Xiao spent a day to refine the blood spirit fruit into 100 blood spirit pills. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. It was this kind of desperate training. On the last day, he had completely mastered the 9 forms of the wolf galloping 1,000 miles. The wolf galloping 1,000 miles was obviously a top-tier Jade grade martial arts. But the last 2 forms were top-tier Jade grade martial arts. This also explained why these 2 forms were harder to cultivate than the others. As for the Dark Shadow martial arts, Ling Xiao had completely mastered all the Jade grade martial arts and below. Moreover, the inferior, ordinary, good, and outstanding moves had all been cultivated to the transformation realm. Only the supreme grade martial arts was still at the great perfection realm. However, Ling Xiao believed that with his current mastery of these moves, he would not be at the bottom even if he went to the royal city, not to mention the 8 Immortals city. The tempering of his martial skills also allowed Ling Xiao's cultivation to make subtle breakthroughs. He had reached the middle stage of the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Perhaps this was what they meant by a well-intentioned flower does not bloom, but a well-intentioned willow grows. As for the Thunder Light Shield and Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard, they were still at the entry level and could not be improved. It seemed that his cultivation was still too low. The level of the martial arts was too high, and he could not cultivate it in a short time. Ling Xiao was not in a hurry. Anyway, he did not need these 2 moves to deal with the enemy for the time being. After coming out of the secret room, Ling Xiao washed up a little. Then, he met Lin Fengyuan, Lin Ruoxian, Moon Death, Lin Yang, and the others who came to visit him and had a meal. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death had also broken through. They were now martial artists of the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm. After all, the 2 of them had obtained powerful inheritances in the Ox God's maze. It was normal for their breakthroughs to be faster. In the future, they might not be able to compare to the man and Ling Xiao. But at the current stage, with this kind of cultivation, they would be of great help to Ling Xiao. Chapter 2563. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were given to them by Ling Xiao. Even their lives were saved by Ling Xiao. They could not abandon Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao thought about it, and decided that it did not matter. After today's battle, either he would die or the 8 Immortals City would become Ling Xiao's territory. From now on, he would have the final say here. Those who supported him would not be bullied anymore. Every dog has its day. Perhaps even Ling Xiao himself did not expect this. A few months ago, when he came to the 8 Immortals City, he was still an unknown pawn. But now, he had become a big boss feared by many people. The 3 great forces had joined forces just to deal with him. Under Ling Xiao's instructions, the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company had publicized this matter. Therefore, on this day, not only the warriors of the 8 Immortals City, but also the warriors of the nearby counties, provincial cities, and even the royal capital came to the 8 Immortals City. The location of the battle was chosen outside the 8 Immortals City. Ling Xiao did not want to destroy the city. After all, he would need it in the future. There was a huge open space outside the city. This was the location of the battle. At this moment, the nearby trees were filled with warriors from all over the place. Now, even the lowest level of the people in the 8 Immortals City knew of Ling Xiao's name. He was both good and evil. He had destroyed the Devil Shadow sect and injured the 13th prince. Although they did not know whether Ling Xiao was a good person or a bad person, they were certain that Ling Xiao was now so powerful that the 3 great forces had to join forces to deal with him. Of course, martial artists who came from other places were not very familiar with the name Ling Xiao. Who is this Ling Xiao? What ability does he have? He dared to cut off the 13th prince's arm? And he wants to be an enemy of the 3 great forces? Is he an old monster who has lived for thousands of years? But I have never heard of such a person. I only know that the strongest person in the 8 Immortals City is the leader of the Heavenly Wind Group, Jin Changxing. What is Ling Xiao? What 1,000-year-old monster? Ling Xiao is just a warrior who has reincarnated once. He is not even 20 years old this year. In the Black Tortoise continent, reincarnating once is not rare. If this Ling Xiao can really defeat the 3 great forces at such a young age, then I'm afraid that even the royal family of the Qin Kingdom will do their best to recruit this monster into their family. Can he really defeat them? Why do I feel like this is a hype? Hype? Are you kidding me? How dare he destroy the royal palace? How dare he cut off the 13th prince's arm? There was an endless stream of the Immortals City. The Immortals City was not to the Immortals City was not to Immortals City. In the sky, a huge flying sword ship finally appeared. The 13th prince sat at the bow of the ship, and there were dozens of attendants standing behind him. It was obvious that they had been transferred from the royal city. The 13th prince was attacked. This was a big matter. He did not want to give Ling Xiao a second chance. Is everything ready? The 13th prince did not turn his head. He just looked coldly at the battlefield below and asked. Don't worry, Your Highness. We have already set up an inescapable net. Even if Ling Xiao can really defeat the leaders of the 3 great forces, he will not be able to escape death. Your revenge will be avenged. And said confidently. Well, that's good. Anyone who dares to go against me will not have a good ending. The 13th prince muttered, and his face turned gloomy. "I'm afraid that kid will not dare to come." And Pa frowned and said, "Don't worry, he will definitely come. Although we have only met a few times, I know that kid's temper very well." The 13th prince gritted his teeth. Ling Xiao had to come. If he did not come, wouldn't the inescapable net he had set up be in vain? At this moment, the leaders of the three great forces had already arrived, and the higher-ups had also arrived. For this battle, the three great forces had almost turned out in full force. Only a few warriors were left to guard the gate, and they were not very strong. However, he believed that no one would dare to take advantage of this situation. After all, not everyone was crazy enough to not give face to the 13th prince. "Father, everything you asked for is ready. But is it really necessary to deal with that kid?" Qin Xianfeng could not help but ask from the Heavenly Wind group. "You still dare to underestimate your opponent at this time? Don't forget that I fought him to a draw at Sky Thunder Mountain, although I did not use my full strength at that time. But that kid's growth is really terrifying. It has been 6 days since that day, and this is the 7th day. I'm afraid that his strength has still increased. At this time, we can't hide anything. Otherwise, we will be courting death." Chen Changxing would not underestimate Ling Xiao. He would not underestimate any enemy. The Duke of Yu and Lin Quan were the same. They were prepared to fight to the death with Ling Xiao. Naturally, they would use all their strength. This included some pills, magical treasures, and so on. Anyway, there were no rules about what could not be used in this battle. As long as they could kill Ling Xiao, they would be considered the winner. "Leader, that kid knows that we have a trump card. Will he really come to die?" The Dark Tribe elder sat behind Lin Quan and asked. "He will come. Listen up, if the three of us cannot kill him, there is no need to care about the rules of Jianghu. Just attack him together. Kill him, and we will be the winner." Right now, Lin Quan only wanted to avenge his son. Therefore, he did not care about the rules at all. "Yes." The Dark Tribe elder and the Sand Tribe elder hated Ling Xiao to the core. They could not wait to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. Therefore, they would naturally listen to Lin Quan. In other words, even if Ling Xiao won today, he would die. If he lost, he would die. Today, this place would be Ling Xiao's death. I hate that I did not use all means to kill him back then. Otherwise, today would not have happened. Lin Quan was most annoyed that he did not take Ling Xiao seriously back then. He always thought that his son, Lin Yuetian, would be able to solve everything. All he needed to do was to focus on seclusion. But he never expected that Ling Xiao would grow so quickly. "They are here!" All of a sudden, someone shouted. In the sky, 2 figures flew over. It was Ling Xiao and the little devil girl, who were also Ling Xiao's avatars. As for the Lin Ruoxian, Moon Death, and the people of the Moon Clan, they were arranged to be on the periphery. Ling Xiao was not stupid. He knew that many people wanted him dead today. But he did not want to die. He wanted to anger these bastards to death. Not only that, but before he came here, he had already rescued Elder Shui and subdued the prisoners in the Ghost's prison through force. At this time, the 8 Immortal Mountain was already occupied by his people. The Tianfeng group and Duke Yu's residence were also under attack. Chapter 2564. He's here! That great devil is really here! Seeing Ling Xiao and the little devil appear in the distant sky, countless people exclaimed. Perhaps in their opinion, a person who dared to go against the 3 great factions must be a great devil. It didn't sound like much, but thinking carefully, this guy was going against the 3 most powerful factions of the 8 Immortals County. And this enemy even included the 13th prince. The heads of the 3 great factions were the strongest in the 8 Immortals County. Could this young man, who was not even 20 years old, really do it? Countless people stared at this person with countless eyes. This person might become a joke. Or a young man who might become a legend. To be able to make the 3 great factions pay so much attention to him, he must have something special. Even if he dies here, he will become a legend. If he can win, he will really become a legend. Among the onlookers, there were actually many people who supported Ling Xiao. Perhaps because they had been suppressed by the three great factions for too long, they really needed someone who dared to challenge their authority. When the people of the three great factions saw Ling Xiao, their eyes were filled with indifference and anger. Of course, there were also some who supported Ling Xiao, but at this time, they were not present. They were helping Ling Xiao to change the world. Only 2 people came? Is he going to fight 2 against 3? Lin Quan stood up. At this time, he was unable to calm down. In the past few days, there was not a day when he didn't think about how to kill Ling Xiao. Today, the opportunity had finally arrived. If he really only brought 1 person, how should we split the spoils? Chen Changxing asked. I will deal with Ling Xiao, you 2 kill that little girl. That little girl's strength is probably much stronger than Ling Xiao, it's better to be careful. Don't forget, she is not an ordinary little girl, she is the one who cut off the 13th prince's arm with 1 move, Lin Quan said. Well, we will do as you say, quickly kill Ling Xiao, then the 3 of us will join hands to kill that little girl. Although Qin Changxing also wanted to kill Ling Xiao with his own hands, now was definitely not the time to fight over this. I also agree. The Duke of Yu also nodded. The 3 of them concluded their discussion. He stood proudly in the void. Ling Xiao looked down at the land. The gazes of tens of thousands of people were all focused on him. Although he was already used to this kind of thing, he didn't feel too surprised. However, when he thought about it carefully, he realized that for the day when he could completely surpass everyone in the 8 Immortals County, he had experienced many life and death situations. There were a few times when he almost died. And now, he had finally reached the final step. With this step, he would completely defeat the 3 forces and brand the 8 Immortals County with his name, Ling Xiao. The reason why he made such a big deal out of it was to let the Arcana Academy, which was far away in the capital, know about it. How powerful was Ling Xiao? If he was recruited as a disciple, it would only benefit the Arcana Academy. He believed that people were greedy, especially those princes who wanted to fight for the throne. Among the crowd, in an inconspicuous carriage, a man and a woman sat in the carriage, looking at Ling Xiao in the sky. The man was gentle and elegant, while the woman was beautiful and generous. Both of them radiated the light of alertness and wisdom. Minner, what do you think? The man suddenly asked. Your Highness, originally, Minner didn't quite understand why you came all the way to this remote place. However, after seeing Ling Xiao today, Minner understands. The woman smiled and said. Her name was Hong Minner. She wasn't this prince's woman, but his strategist. A female strategist who was sharp-witted and vicious. Don't call me Your Highness outside. Just call me Kanglin. The one who spoke was the second prince of the Qin nation, Qin Kanglin. The sage king, who was known for his wisdom, had a good reputation in the Qin nation. Minner doesn't dare. I'll just call you young master. Hong Minner smiled and said. Fine, then why don't you tell this young master why I came here? The second prince, Qin Kanglin, asked with a smile. This Ling Xiao is definitely not an ordinary martial artist. If you can recruit him, he will definitely be of great help to you. The 13th prince is too reckless. He wanted to show Ling Xiao who he is the moment he arrived at the 8 Immortals city. However, he ended up becoming his enemy instead. Young master, you are wise, Hong Minner replied. However, this Ling Xiao is definitely not an ordinary person. Normal recruitment methods won't be able to subdue him, Qin Kanglin said with a smile. You can't subdue him. You can only befriend him. Hong Minner shook her head and said, Young master, that's probably your plan too. For someone like him, no matter how much you give him, he won't be willing to live under someone else's roof. Therefore, the best method is to befriend him. Rather than befriend him, if you have any difficulties, he will definitely help you. Ha 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 ha, great minds think alike. The 13th prince is an idiot. He messed up this time. With his cultivation and strategy, he dares to try and compete with me and the 14th prince. He's really courting death. Qin Kanglin laughed, and had already decided on a plan. Ling Xiao might be in trouble today. When it's time to strike, let's do it. Let him owe us a favor first. Min'er understands. I've already made the arrangements. Hong Min'er smiled. The two of them stopped talking and continued to look out of the window. They were also very interested in how Ling Xiao would fight against the three sect leaders. Ling Xiao looked at the three sect leaders and said with a smile, "The three of you aren't afraid at all. However, before the battle, I have something to ask. Are you guys still not planning to hand over the 3 spots to become disciples of the Arcana Academy? Cut the crap. Kill the 3 of us if you can, and the 3 spots will naturally belong to you," Lin Kuan said angrily. "Good. You have guts. Unfortunately, guts are worthless at this time. Since the 3 of you are so stubborn, don't blame me, Ling Xiao, for being ruthless." Ling Xiao sneered, his eyes intentionally or unintentionally glancing at the carriage in the crowd. "What a strong aura. Although it's obviously hidden, it still can't escape my Tai Chi eye. Is it a friend or a foe? It doesn't seem like it's hostile." Ling Xiao frowned and then relaxed. It didn't matter if it was a friend or a foe in the carriage. Since he dared to come here today, he wasn't afraid that the other party would call for help. "Good lad. He seems to have noticed us." Qin Kanglin was also surprised. He had cultivated a special martial art that could almost completely hide his aura. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to notice something. However, he believed that Ling Xiao didn't see everything. "This means that he is a talent. If you befriend him, he will definitely become a sharp weapon for you." Hong Min'er smiled. "Okay." Qin Kanglin nodded and had more expectations for Ling Xiao. The 13th brother offended Ling Xiao. The 14th brother disdained Ling Xiao. Chapter 2565. Today's battle is between the 2 of us and the 3 of you. Let's begin. Ling Xiao and the little demoness landed on the ground and gestured towards their opponents. His actions were meant to humiliate him. Who would dare to act like this in front of the 3 great sect leaders? Those who had done so would probably have their bones turned into ashes. Humph, sharp tongue. The 3 great sect leaders were indeed worthy of being the 3 great sect leaders. They didn't care about Ling Xiao's provocation. The 3 of them walked out from their seats and stood opposite of Ling Xiao and the little demoness. "I suddenly feel that Lin Kuan's proposal is a bit problematic." Qin Changxing looked at Ling Xiao and revealed a cold, killing intent. "Why don't I and Lin Kuan join hands to deal with Ling Xiao, Duke of you? You delay the little girl, there's no need to fight, just delay her. Wait for Lin Kuan and I to kill Ling Xiao, then we'll help you. Ling Xiao's strength is definitely not as good as that little girl. If we join hands, killing him will be very easy." "Good idea!" Lin Kuan and Duke of you heard this and felt that this idea was very good. If Lin Kuan and Qin Changxing joined hands to deal with Ling Xiao, then they might be able to kill Ling Xiao in one move. The following battle would be much easier. Thus, the original plan was changed slightly, and the main target to kill was Ling Xiao. "Brat, if you have any last words, it's best to say it now, otherwise you won't have the chance later." Lin Kuan looked at Ling Xiao sinisterly and said, "Last words? The ones who should say last words are you. I don't need to, because I can't lose," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Arrogant." Facing the 3 great sect leaders, he was still so arrogant. This made many people feel that Ling Xiao was a bit too arrogant. "Whether I'm arrogant or not, we'll know after fighting. Little demoness, don't make a move first, fight to the side and watch, I'll deal with the 3 of them alone." Ling Xiao laughed and took a step forward. The little demoness flew into the sky. She really wanted to watch the battle. "You're looking down on me." Ling Xiao's actions didn't seem like a problem to him, but to the 3 sect leaders, it was a big problem. It was simply an extreme disdain for them. Their original plan was ruined in an instant. "What should we do? Do the 3 of us really have to join hands to deal with this brat?" The Duke of you frowned. "He's the one courting death, so he can't blame us. Duke of you, don't forget that this isn't a spar, but a matter that concerns the survival of our 3 factions. If he wins, our 3 major forces will definitely be finished. At this time, don't be soft-hearted, Lin Quan said. That's right. Duke of you have to think carefully. Your daughter is still lying on the sickbed. Chen Changxing also said coldly. Forget it, let's work together. The Duke of Yu no longer hesitated. The three of them stood apart. He stared at Ling Xiao. Make your move. Today, let me see the true strength of the three sect leaders. After saying that, Ling Xiao's body began to transform. It was not easy to fight 1 against 3, so Ling Xiao immediately entered the beast soul transformation state. At first, he chose the beast soul transformation of the Tyrant blood demonic dragon. This beast soul had little effect on him now. It could be said that it was almost non-existent. However, the special skill of the Tyrant blood demonic dragon was a killing move. It would still be very useful. The aura of the three sect leaders instantly soared. The aura of the peak of the 7th level of hell of the yin-yang realm made countless spectators cheer. They had never seen such powerful martial artists fighting in the 8 Immortals city. Today, they could finally broaden their horizons. Facing these 3 powerful martial artists, would Ling Xiao really have a chance? Beast martial artists are indeed very special. However, you're courting death by fighting 1 against 3. You can't blame us. Go! The 3 sect leaders suddenly made their moves. Each of them used their ultimate skills and surrounded Ling Xiao from different directions. It's over! The 13th prince sneered and said, If that demoness doesn't help, Ling Xiao is dead meat. Even you and Pe wouldn't dare to fight the 3 sect leaders together? Your Highness is right. This brat Ling Xiao is purely seeking his own death. And Pe replied. They were not the only ones who thought so. Most of the spectators also thought so. They felt that Ling Xiao was too arrogant and had underestimated his opponent, which was why he had made such a stupid mistake. He'll probably ask that demoness for help. The second prince, Qin Kanglin, also came to the same conclusion. Yes. Otherwise, Min'er can't see how Ling Xiao can win. Hong Min'er was also puzzled. Ling Xiao's sudden move stunned everyone. Demonic dragon, blood curse! At that moment, the 3 sect leaders were less than a foot away from Ling Xiao. A strange red light suddenly burst out from Ling Xiao's body. The 3 sect leaders suddenly felt their breath stagnate, and their qi and blood churn. Even the qi and blood in their blood vessels seemed to want to leave their bodies and flow toward Ling Xiao. Because it happened so suddenly, the 3 of them did not have time to react. The move that they had formed collapsed instantly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Xiao suddenly attacked. Because the opportunity was fleeting, Ling Xiao did not have time to use any other moves. He only used a normal attack and clawed at each of them. Then, the spectators were shocked to see that the 3 sect leaders were sent flying by Ling Xiao. However, no one noticed that an undetectable electric current had entered the bodies of the 3 sect leaders. No matter what Ling Xiao did, he would not do it for no reason. The reason why he had used the Tyrannosaurus blood demonic dragon was that he wanted to implant some immortal thunder into the 3 of them. On the other hand, he wanted to use the terrifying pressure from the 3 experts to stimulate the potential in his body so that he could break through again. To be honest, in terms of absolute strength, Ling Xiao was not afraid of any of the 3 in a one-on-one. However, if the 3 of them worked together, it would be very troublesome. Therefore, in order to win, he had to do something. Ha ha ha, the 3 of you, is this your ultimate move? It's really not bad. But facing backward, wild goose landing style? Ling Xiao did not chase after them because he knew that it would be useless. The 3 of them would definitely not be seriously injured after being hit by him. After all, the 3 of them had all kinds of Dharma treasures on them. Defensive Dharma treasures, offensive Dharma treasures, support Dharma treasures, they had everything. In order to deal with Ling Xiao, the 3 of them had put in a lot of effort. Good boy, no wonder you could cripple Waning Moon and Beixian. With your strength, you really can't hold it in anymore. Chen Changxing looked at Ling Xiao, his eyes almost narrowed into slits. He also did not expect such a start. Ling Xiao, this brat, was too strange and too difficult to deal with. This guy's moves were really hard to guard against. Looking at Ling Xiao, the three sect leaders suddenly had the illusion that the person standing there was not a young man less than 20 years old. Instead, he was a real demon. A demon who played tricks on people. Chapter 2566. Did you notice that this guy has the aura of a beast god? Lin Quan asked with a frown. Impossible! The 12 beast gods died in battle tens of thousands of years ago. How can he have the aura of a beast god? Are you hallucinating? Qin Changxing said. Perhaps, but the three of us have to be careful. It's fine if we lose face, but it's not fun if we lose our lives. Lin Quan reminded. Use your martial souls! The three sect masters didn't use their martial souls in their previous attacks, so they weren't strong enough. It was also because they looked down on Ling Xiao and thought that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to take a single hit from them. But now, their mentality had changed. They really treated Ling Xiao as a demon, a boss. Although they didn't want to admit it, it was the truth. They had no choice but to admit it. Okay. Moon Howling Heavenly Wolf King! Demonic Dragon! Gold Armored God! The three sect masters released their martial souls at the same time. The huge and ferocious Heavenly Wolf King, the roaring demonic dragon, and the mighty gold armored god. They immediately attracted everyone's attention. But Ling Gao's eyes were fixed on Lin Quan's demonic dragon. His Tyrant blood demonic dragon's level was too low, but if it could devour a stronger demonic dragon, it could level up. In that case, the might of the demon dragon blood curse would definitely become even stronger. He really had to thank Lin Quan for giving him such a powerful martial soul. To be able to force the three sect masters to release their martial souls, this Ling Xiao should be proud even if he dies. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, Ling Xiao changed his form again. Black Striped Flying Tiger Beast Soul Transformation. The Black Striped Flying Tiger was currently the most suitable beast soul for Ling Xiao. It could unleash its full power. But unfortunately, this deity position didn't have a beast god beast soul, so its power couldn't compare to the purple lightning bull deity position of the ox god. Ling Xiao used the Black Striped Flying Tiger Beast Soul transformation to weaken his opponents and take advantage of its powerful special skill. Kill! The three sect masters attacked at the same time again. This time, they were very careful to guard against Ling Xiao's strange move. They paid attention to the changes in their qi and blood, as well as the changes in their inner strength. The only thing he forgot was that he didn't shield his ears. Black Striped Flying Tiger! Tiger's Roar! Ling Xiao suddenly transformed into a huge black striped flying tiger. He opened his bloody mouth and let out a loud roar. The moment this roar rang out, the three sect leaders were simultaneously thwarted. He hurriedly covered his ears. The move that he had prepared was once again disintegrated. The terrifying sound waves blasted them away, and they were once again pushed back to their original position. Hee hee, it's the second time. You three sect leaders really know how to show respect to the three great forces. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Damn it, where did this guy get so many strange moves? Lin Quan, Chen Changxing, and the Duke of Yu were all depressed. However, the damage of this move is limited. Including the previous move, it doesn't seem to have done much damage to us. The Duke of Yu frowned. No. Magic treasure. This guy is weakening our defensive magic treasure. Lin Quan suddenly exclaimed. Generally, defensive magic treasures have a limit to the number of times they can defend. Ling Xiao's 2 consecutive attacks clearly had this purpose. Otherwise, if he let these guys wear such magic treasures to deal with him, he would really have a headache. Damn it, we clearly know this is his purpose, but we can't do anything about it. Chen Changxing was depressed. Their defensive magic treasures can be considered good, but in a battle, being able to block 6 attacks is already not bad. If they want to use it again, they have to recharge it. This has already been wasted twice. Take off our defensive magic treasure? No, isn't that kid's purpose? Forget it, I don't believe that he has a similar move. Lin Quan shook his head. Forget it, let's continue attacking. Since there is no other way, they can only continue. For the third time, Ling Xiao used the Black Wolf General's Black Wolf Pack attack. Combined with his ingenious movement, Ling Xiao made the three sect leaders suffer again. For the fourth time, Ling Xiao transformed into the Nine-Snake General and used the Nine-Snake Poison Domain. This move was even more terrifying. It directly used up 2 defensive chances of the 3 sect leaders' defensive magic treasures. After all, the poison fog is different from other attacks. The continuous damage is still very scary. For the 5th time, Ling Xiao finally transformed into the strongest purple lightning bull and used the move shaking the earth. Not only did it make the 3 sect leaders dizzy, it also took the opportunity to completely destroy the 3 sect leaders' defensive magic treasures. Okay, now we can fight without worry. Ling Xiao coldly smiled and suddenly pounced towards Lin Quan. He wants Lin Quan's demon dragon martial spirit. Moreover, in a one versus many situation, the biggest taboo is to be led by the nose. He wants to lead the opponent by the nose. In midair, Ling Xiao took out the white jade flying dragon sword. Eastern purple chi sword, 1 sword to the west, 1 sword to destroy. 2 consecutive moves attacked Lin Quan at the same time. After the breakthrough in cultivation, the power of Ling Yao's martial skills naturally increased. The white jade flying dragon sword in his hand transformed into a huge purple sword and attacked Lin Quan. The Duke of Yu and Qin Changxing naturally wouldn't just watch Ling Xiao attack Lin Quan, so they attacked Ling Xiao from the side. The wolf travels 1,000 miles, wolf pack attack. Ling Xiao had long been prepared for this. His figure suddenly turned into dozens of figures. In a short period of time, it was impossible to determine which one was real. Seeing such an exciting scene, everyone cheered. Originally, they thought that Ling Xiao was just a guy who was bluffing. But in the previous 5 times, he had made the 3 sect leaders suffer losses. Next, he actually took the initiative to attack. With such courage, such terrifying strength, who would dare to look down on him? Damn it, do you really think I, Lin Quan, am a soft persimmon? Lin Quan was furious. This Ling Xiao actually rushed towards him. Didn't that mean that he was weaker than the other 2? A sharp sword appeared in his hand. This was the sect leader's sword of the 8 Immortals Mountain. 8 Immortals Sword. The quality was exactly the same as the 8 magic weapons, divine grade spirit artifact. If it wasn't to eliminate Ling Xiao, Lin Quan wouldn't have taken this thing out. The 8 Immortals Sword, full name of the 8 Immortals Ancestors' Sword, was the first treasure sword refined by the 8 Immortals Ancestor. It was also the sword that the 8 Immortals Ancestor carried throughout his life. Originally, this thing existed as a symbol of the sect. Now that Lin Quan took it out to fight, it was enough to show that Lin Quan valued Ling Xiao. Or perhaps it was fear. Once the divine grade spirit artifact was taken out. In addition, Lin Quan's terrifying strength was not weak. For a moment, sword chi surged and dozens of wolf shadows were destroyed in an instant. This guy has a lot of good things on him. It just so happens that my black immortal sword and black demon sword have advanced and can't be used for the time being. Your 8 immortal sword is mine. Seeing Lin Quan's move, Ling Xiao not only was not afraid, but also did not retreat. Instead, he revealed a surprised expression. Chapter 2567. Demonic Dragon Martial Art, Demon Crystal Shatter. Kill! Lin Quan's move was finally unleashed. The terrifying sword aura pierced through the 8 immortal swords and pierced toward Ling Xiao. In the void, it was as though a demonic dragon had appeared. It roared ferociously. Die! Kaboom! Ling Xiao and Lin Quan's weapons clashed in the air, and an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Many warriors in the vicinity were sent flying by the blast. The scene was chaotic. Many people who were standing on the trees to watch the show lost their footing because the trees were uprooted. They were in a sorry state. How is it? How is it? Is Sect Master Lin dead or Ling Xiao dead? Even though they were in a sorry state, someone still couldn't help but ask with a mouth full of sand. The weirdest thing was that someone actually understood what he was asking. Who knows? Don't you see how messy the scene is? Dead? Who's dead? Sect Master Lin! Lin Quan is dead! Finally, someone managed to see the situation on the battlefield. Lin Quan was lying on the ground, motionless. There was no part of his body that was intact. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao was fighting Chen Changxing and the Duke of Yu. The three of them were locked in a fierce battle. Although he had taken advantage of Lin Quan's carelessness to launch a sneak attack, he was forced back into the battle by Chen Changxing and the Duke of Yu before he could confirm whether Lin Quan was dead or not. Chen Changxing had already used his beast soul transformation. His heavenly wolf transformation was much stronger than Chen Beishuan's. There was a strange king character on the wolf's head. It meant that the Howling Moon Wolf Beast Soul was the Heavenly Wolf King's beast soul and was different from ordinary heavenly wolves. The Duke of Yu had also transformed into the Golden Armor God. Not only did he look younger and taller, but he also wielded a three-pointed double-edged sword. He wielded it with great vigor, which made Ling Xiao very uncomfortable. The most troublesome thing was that both Chen Changxing and the Duke of Yu's weapons were divine-grade spirit artifacts. On the other hand, Ling Xiao's white jade flying dragon sword was only an immortal-grade spirit weapon. Naturally, it was inferior in terms of weapons. Because the black immortal sword and black demon sword had been upgraded to emperor weapons, Ling Xiao's cultivation had to be at least at the first revolution 10 levels of hell before he could use them. At this stage, the most suitable weapon was a divine-tier spiritual artifact. Thinking of this, he glanced at Lin Quan, who was lying on the ground. I can't care about that anymore. Whether that old bastard is dead or alive, I must obtain that 8 immortal sword. Otherwise, it will be troublesome to deal with Chen Changxing and the Duke of Yu, who are serious. With just a thought, the little demoness had already landed. That speed was much faster than Ling Xiao's. In an instant, he was already in front of Lin Quan. Right at this moment, Lin Quan's body suddenly erupted with an astonishing amount of death qi. It was as if the souls of tens of thousands of people had rushed out of his body and attacked the little demoness. Ling Xiao was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. If Lin Quan had attacked him instead of the little demoness, he would have been dead. This old thing was really cunning. He even learned how to play dead. But what the hell were these souls that filled the sky? How many people did he kill? The little demoness wasn't injured. Her strength was much higher than Lin Quan's. Even if she was ambushed, she was still safe and sound. Not only that, she easily snatched the 8 immortal sword from Lin Quan and gave it to Ling Xiao. Brat, you're really shameless. Didn't you say it was 1 against 3? Chen Changxing scolded. Damn, you really have the face to call me shameless. You're the dignified sect leader of the Heavenly Wind Group, the #1 expert of the 8 Immortals County. Don't you feel shameless for joining forces with 2 other sect leaders to deal with me? What's more, look carefully. My little demoness didn't attack. She only snatched a piece of equipment. Ling Xiao was really impressed by Chen Changxing. This old thing could actually say such words. He was really shameless. Ling Xiao, you deserve to die, you deserve to die. Lin Quan's body flew up, and the countless vengeful spirits poured into his body. His body began to transform into a true demonic dragon. His body grew bigger and bigger. Finally, he grew to a height of more than 10 meters. The huge body stepped on the ground, causing the surrounding martial artists to be terrified. The demon dragon's mouth burst out with a hateful voice. Originally, Lin Quan didn't plan to use this move. Because once he used this move, his relationship with the dragon cult would be impossible to sever. As long as one had a brain, they would know that he had been cultivating the evil arts of the dragon cult all along. And the most frightening thing was that he was using the souls of 8 Immortals Mountain's disciples. TSK, this is the sect leader of 8 Immortals Mountain, the Dark Tribe's elder. The Sand Tribe's elder. Open your dog eyes and see what kind of dog you're serving. Ling Xiao, facing the joint attack of Chen Changxing and Duke Yu, was still able to divert his attention to ridicule the higher-ups of 8 Immortals Mountain. This could only mean one thing: Chen Changxing and Duke Yu's attacks were still not strong enough. I'm sorry, I don't have the time to waste with you two. Lose! With the 8 Immortals' sword in hand, Ling Zhao's battle prowess increased explosively. Under the beast soul transformation of the purple lightning bull, he suddenly used his most powerful secret technique, Berserk Thunder Art. Lightning Battle Physique Enhancement. Undying Lightning Enhancement. Purple Lightning Bull Beast Soul Enhancement. Ling Xiao had even used the 108 Thunder Fire Mangoes to create a formation, using them to support his powerful move. The terrifying lightning engulfed the moon-howling heavenly wolf and the golden armored god. The power of this attack caused even the second prince, who was in the carriage, to frown. Ling Xiao gave him too much of a surprise. Rumble! The divine lightning struck Chen Changxing and Duke Yu, causing them to lie on the ground. The little demoness hand suddenly released 2 balls of pitch-black light, covering the two's heavily injured bodies. This caused them to be unable to break free, and their inner strength was constantly being consumed. Actually, Ling Xiao was being too careful. He was afraid that the 2 fellows would play dead, so he had his avatar do this. One must know that his Berserk Thunder Art was too powerful. The 2 of them immediately fainted, and it was estimated that they would not wake up for a while. Even if they woke up, they would be heavily injured. It would be impossible for them to attack again. However, Ling Xiao didn't want any accidents to happen. He needed to focus on dealing with Lin Quan. Lin Quan was an absolute surprise. No wonder this guy always felt that he could kill him. It turned out that he still had such a terrifying trump card. Roar! The demonic dragon roared and spat out a terrifying dragon's extinguishment. The entire battlefield became a world of dragon's extinguishment. If it wasn't for the little demoness black light, Chen Changxing and Duke Yu would have been killed by the demonic dragon. Perhaps stimulated by this terrifying power, the 2 of them slowly opened their eyes. Although they were still unable to move, they didn't know what to say when they saw this shocking scene. The person they thought was their enemy saved them. The person they thought they could ally with wanted to kill them. Chapter 2568. At this moment, Chen Changxing had already lost his will to fight. The Duke of Yu didn't need to be mentioned. He didn't approve of the 3 of them dealing with Ling Xiao, but he also didn't want to hand over the Arcana Academy's quota. But after this incident, he was ready to give up. If he wasn't strong enough, then he would admit defeat. There was nothing he could do about it. Although Xiao Feng Tsangyu was crippled, with the Duke of Yu's ability, he could still recover. He had to thank Ling Xiao for not killing him. Chen Changxing wasn't as free and easy as he was, but at this moment, after seeing Ling Xiao's powerful fighting strength and the terror of the little demoness, his will to fight had been weakened to the extreme. Even if he wasn't injured, he probably wouldn't be able to continue fighting. At this moment, Ling Xiao didn't have time to guess their thoughts. He had to admit. After the demon-dragon transformation, Lin Quan had become stronger than the 3 original heads combined. And the most troublesome thing was that this guy seemed to have an immortal body. No matter how Ling Zhao's moves hurt him, he could instantly recover. This was a situation that made people feel helpless. However, Ling Xiao wouldn't give up. He believed that there was no such thing as an immortal body in this world. Lin Quan's immortal body must have some weakness. I think Ling Xiao is finished. Although Lin Quan's actions are hard to accept, I have to admit that in the entire 8 Immortal City, he should be the strongest existence. I'm afraid that even the 13th Prince isn't his opponent. That's right, I want to support Ling Xiao now. Although Ling Xiao is called the Great Demon, he hasn't done anything to harm the innocent. But Lin Quan, as the head of the 8 Immortals Mountain, what has he done? That's right. Discussions rose and fell one after another. However, it still couldn't change the situation on the battlefield. The 13th Prince was very happy. He didn't care about Lin Quan, even if Lin Quan was a lackey of the dragon cult. As long as Ling Xiao died, he would be satisfied. Ling Xiao would not let the 13th Prince have his way. He used wolf traversing 1,000 miles under his feet, and his figure drifted around the battlefield like a ghost. Although Devil Dragon Ling Xiao was powerful, it was difficult for his powerful attacks to hit Ling Xiao. To him, Ling Xiao was like a nimble fish that he could not catch. What puzzled Lin Quan the most was that Ling Xiao's 1,000-mile wolf could not only dodge but also attack. Lightning Wolf. It was like a wolf-shaped bolt of lightning. Lava Wolf. It was like a battle wolf condensed from magma. Sword Wolf. That was the wolf-shaped sword energy. It was incomparably powerful. Every time he dodged, he would leave a terrifying wound on Demon Dragon Lin Quan's body. Although the wound quickly healed, the demonic dragon's screams continued to ring out. Wolf traversing 1,000 li is said to be the most difficult Jade-grade martial skill to cultivate in the 8 Immortal Mountain. No one has ever been able to cultivate it completely. I wonder if Ling Xiao has successfully mastered the last 2 moves? The higher-ups of the 8 Immortal Mountain were feeling extremely complicated. On one hand, they wanted Ling Xiao to die because of the death of their juniors. But on the other hand, what Lin Quan had done was absolutely unforgivable. It's best if they perish together. However, unless Ling Xiao cultivates the last 2 moves of Wolf traversing 1,000 miles, it will be difficult for him to escape death. The Dark Tribe elder clenched his teeth. Perhaps for the first time, he hoped that Ling Xiao would not be defeated so quickly. Even if he died, he would drag Lin Quan to hell. Wolf traversing 1,000 miles 8th move, Earth Wolf. Finally, Ling Xiao used the second move of Wolf traversing 1,000 miles. At that moment, his body turned into a huge Earth Wolf. The power of Earth in his body was released crazily. The power of the Earth was also constantly gathering. His body was not big, even smaller than an ordinary wolf, but his speed was extremely fast. No, it should not be said that it was speed. Because on the ground, Earth Wolf could teleport in an instant. He suddenly appeared behind the demonic dragon, and his sharp claws clawed at the demonic dragon's body. Kaboom! The ferocious power of Earth exploded instantly, and the huge demonic dragon's body was sent flying and fell to the ground. A large part of the place where it was attacked was also destroyed. The demonic dragon's body was in imminent danger. No, you can't kill me! Under such circumstances, the demonic dragon Lin Quan stood up again. He suddenly swung his huge tail and almost hit Earth Wolf. Fortunately, Ling Xiao transformed again at this time and soared into the sky. Wolf traversing 1,000 miles final move, Emperor Sky Wolf. The Emperor Sky power began to be released crazily. Ling Xiao's body seemed to have turned into a green wolf shadow, and green wings were released from his back like the wind. His speed was extremely fast. Almost using the same method, he directly cut off the demonic dragon's huge tail. The demonic dragon roared miserably and kept wailing. You can't kill me. The final victory will still be mine. The demonic dragon Lin Quan recovered again and started to attack Ling Xiao again. For a moment, the two of them were in a stalemate. Seeing this scene, the crowd couldn't help but sigh. They thought that if the 3 sect masters joined forces, even if they couldn't finish off Ling Xiao in one move, it wouldn't take long. But now, it seemed that they were wrong. And ridiculously wrong. Ling Xiao used the amazing Thunder Blast art to knock out Chen Changxing and the Duke of Yu. After that, he was in a stalemate with the demonic dragon. This kind of strength was really too shocking. One had to know that the 3 sect masters were all first transformation martial artists, and all of them had higher cultivation and were older than him. In front of Ling Xiao, the so-called geniuses of the 8 Immortals County were nothing. Lin Yuetian and Qin Beixian were not even worthy of carrying his shoes. This was what most people thought in their hearts. Even if Ling Xiao was thrown into the Imperial City now, he would definitely not be underestimated. This guy's rise is too fast. I believe the Imperial City has already heard of his name. I'm guessing that even the 13th Prince would have to give him a spot in the Mystic Realm Academy after watching this battle. Even the Arcana Academy would make an exception and admit him. Sigh. I wonder if he can survive the demonic dragon Lin Quan's attack. After all, that demonic dragon is immortal. They had looked down on Ling Xiao and thought that Ling Xiao was too arrogant. Now, they felt that Ling Xiao was worthy of his name. It had only been less than 30 minutes. Ling Xiao had used his true strength to prove himself. Shadow martial art, dark slaying. During the 1,000-mile wolf traverse, Ling Xiao gained more control of the situation and started to use his martial art. However, this time, he used the top-tier jade martial art. Although it was of the lowest tier, its power was still much greater than a top-tier jade martial art. Moreover, Ling Xiao's sword was no longer the white jade flying dragon sword, but the 8 Immortals' sword. Chapter 2569. What a joke! You think you can kill me with a low-quality top-tier jade-grade martial skill? The demon dragon Lin Quan sneered. He waved his huge claws and clawed at Ling Xiao. Although he was only using a normal attack, its power was comparable to a low-quality top-tier jade-grade martial skill. Bang! Dong! Ling Xiao's attack landed on the demon dragon Lin Quan's body. Lin Quan had no intention of dodging. He wanted to fight Ling Xiao to the death. When Ling Xiao's attack landed on him, his claws also landed on Ling Xiao's body. Although the demon dragon's body had another large wound, it healed in a very short time. Ling Xiao was slammed into the ground by the demon dragon's claws. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His body felt like it was going to fall apart. Damn it! What a terrifying attack! But it feels good! Ling Xiao cursed as he stood up. That attack just now had actually caused the potential in his body to explode. It increased his power from the mid-stage of the 7th level of Hell by 90%. He was only one step away from the late stage of the Yin-Yang stage. It was enough to show how powerful the attack was. It's over. Ling Xiao is really finished. The demon dragon has an immortal body. Even if they were to attack each other, the demon dragon would definitely have the upper hand. Ling Xiao is in trouble. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that. Lin Quan seemed to feel that he could not block Ling Xiao's attack. Instead, he took advantage of the moment when Ling Xiao attacked to counterattack. In this way, when Ling Xiao hit him, he could also hit Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao's attack was very powerful. But so what? If he could not hurt him, he could not hurt him. Unless Ling Xiao could use an outstanding top-tier jade-grade martial skill, he could not really hurt him. Otherwise, it would be a waste of internal energy. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, it's time for you to die. Let's see what other tricks you can come up with. The demon dragon Lin Quan was already thinking about how to escape after the battle. The royal family would definitely not let go of the dragon cult's people. He believed that the 13th prince would definitely be the aureole behind the mantis. It seems that our previous arrangements won't be needed, Your Highness, Enpa said with a smile on the ship. No. Although we might not use it on Ling Xiao, we can't let Lin Quan go. Even if it's just for show. We have to capture him. He is very strong. The 13th prince was thinking of a good thing. After capturing Lin Quan, he would raise him into a suicide soldier. Lin Quan decided. The enormous body of the demonic dragon began to gradually shrink. However, its aura did not decrease. It was as if everything had been condensed into one place. At this moment, Lin Quan gradually returned to his human form. Of course, it was only his human form. His head, torso, tail, and wings all looked like the demon dragon. Only his hands were free. They were the hands used to wield the sword. Another divine-grade spiritual artifact? Ling Xiao looked at the sword in Lin Quan's hand in surprise. The sword looked very similar to the 8 immortal swords, but the color was different. You probably don't know that the 8 immortal swords are divided into male and female. The male and female swords are the true appearance of the 8 immortal swords. Since you took one, I will take it back. Lin Quan smiled coldly. His terrifying internal energy began to flow into the 8 immortal swords. No matter how strong you are, the time you have the dark shadow gourd is limited. How would you know that the martial arts of the 8 great families are not as good as the sect master's martial arts? With your martial arts, you can at most cultivate an ordinary top-grade jade-grade martial skill. As for my martial arts, I can cultivate one good move and one outstanding move to become a top-grade jade-grade martial art. This is the difference. A huge difference, Lin Kuan said proudly. The power of the 8 immortal swords in his hand gradually reached its peak. Within the sword chi, there seemed to be a human figure. Ling Xiao knew that it should be the 8 immortal patriarchs. 8 immortal swords technique, eliminating traitors. Ling Xiao had never heard of this technique before. But he could clearly feel that its power was on par with the 5th style of the dark shadow martial arts, destroying Ghost King. It was a martial art technique that he had never used before. Although he had cultivated it to the transcendent state, he had never used it because his opponents were not strong enough. But today, Lin Kuan used a martial art technique that was on par with it. When Lin Kuan used this move, "Purge the traitor," endless sighs came from the crowd. They knew that Ling Xiao had lost. Completely lost. There was no way he could turn the tables. Even if he didn't die, he couldn't fight anymore. After all, the onlookers were all martial artists. So they could clearly feel that Lin Kuan's technique, coupled with the domineering power of the demon dragon, was so powerful that it was suffocating. Ha 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 ha! Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? Lin Kuan frowned and said. He wanted to see Ling Xiao kneel and beg for mercy. He wanted to see Ling Xiao panic. I'm laughing at you for being a frog at the bottom of a well. I'm laughing at you like an idiot. Who told you that the martial arts of the 8 major families could only be cultivated to the top tier of jade grade? Who told you that I can't cultivate a powerful martial art technique in a short time? Do you think I'm you? You're a martial arts cripple. Ling Xiao's voice echoed throughout the battlefield. This caused the people who originally thought that he was dead for sure to reveal puzzled expressions. Could it be that Ling Xiao still had a chance? Could he be telling the truth? Braggart, you're bluffing again. Among the Dark Ones, the Dark Elder shook his head and said, As the Elder of the Dark Ones, I've had the Shadow Black Gourd for much longer than him. What the sect leader said is true. That kid is just bluffing. It's a pity that the sect leader won't buy it. Does that mean that he's really going to die? The Sand Tribe Elder asked. I don't know if he's going to die, but he's definitely going to lose. Sigh, he's no match for Lin Kuan. I was hoping that he could injure Lin Kuan severely before he died. The Dark Elder sighed. His beautiful dream was about to be shattered. You don't believe me? Then I'll show you what a real dark shadow martial art is. Ling Xiao held the 8 immortal sword tightly and pointed it at Lin Kuan. He can't be believing his nonsense too, right? Seeing this scene, the crowd was a little confused. There were indeed some people in this world who would lie to themselves in the end. They would even believe that their own lies were true. Ha 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 ha! I didn't expect this Ling Xiao to be such an idiot. To think that I was so afraid of him. It's funny just thinking about it. On the flywheel ship, the 13th prince laughed heartily. Min'er, what do you think he's doing? Chen Kanglin asked Hong Min'er in the carriage. He's not bluffing. He really knows a martial art technique as powerful as Lin Kuan's. Chapter 2570. I heard that he acquired the Dark Shadow martial arts less than 2 months ago. Even in the capital city, there aren't many geniuses like him, right? Chen Kanglin said again. How can someone who is appreciated by you be weak? I bet that Ling Xiao will win. Hong Min'er was sure of the result. She believed that Ling Xiao was a pleasant surprise and a person worthy of the second prince, Chen Kanglin, to befriend. Chen Kanglin smiled. He was waiting and looking forward to it. What kind of surprise would Ling Xiao give him? Just when most people thought that Ling Xiao was at his wit's end, a powerful black gas was released from Ling Xiao's sword. The black gas swirled around and gradually formed a huge demon. The demon roared and charged toward Lin Kuan without fear. Eliminate the traitor? I think you're the one who should be eliminated. Dark Shadow Martial Arts, Ghost-Destroying King. As Ling Xiao spoke, the Ghost-Destroying King let out a loud roar. Its momentum was on par with Lin Kuan's 8 Immortal Sword technique. The The Dark Tribe elder stood up abruptly and looked at the sword technique released by Ling Xiao in horror. Ghost-destroying king? He never knew that there was such a move in the Dark Shadow martial arts. The strength of this move and its connection with the previous moves proved that it was definitely a Dark Shadow martial arts. It was definitely a top-tier Jade grade martial arts technique. But why? Could it be that we old fellows were wrong from the start? The Dark Tribe elder suddenly seemed to have aged a lot. He had racked his brains to let his descendants have the Dark Shadow martial arts. But he never thought that the Dark Shadow martial arts would not be fully developed in his hands. If that's the case, is there really a final move in the 8 great families' martial arts? The rest of the elders asked themselves one after another. Ling Xiao was such a genius. If they had stopped discriminating against him, perhaps the 8 great families' strength would have improved by leaps and bounds. Everyone had their own thoughts, but the more they thought about it, the more they didn't want Ling Xiao to die. Even the elders of the Sand race and the Dark race didn't want Ling Xiao to die. They hated him so much that they didn't want him dead. This was because they needed Ling Xiao to teach them the moves that they were unable to comprehend. At this moment, a huge commotion broke out. They hurriedly looked at the battlefield. The phantoms of the 8 immortals and the Ghost King finally hit each other again. In that instant, everyone knew that Ling Xiao had not been defeated. Half of Lin Kuan's body was almost torn apart by the Ghost King. On the other hand, Ling Xiao's situation was actually much better. Around his body, there was an energy shield that looked like a disc. These energy shields were releasing astonishing lightning. Spirit Commandeering Lightning Shield. Beginner! Although it was only at the entry level, it was still a first heaven of the immortal grade martial skill. Its strong defensive power completely blocked Lin Kuan's attack. This scene caused everyone to be stupefied. The 13th prince suddenly stood up. With his eyesight, it was impossible for him not to see what kind of martial skill Ling Xiao was using. Damn it, he has only received the inheritance of the Holy Emperor Tianlei for a few days, and he has already comprehended the Spirit Commandeering Lightning Shield? He was extremely angry and shocked. No, that thing is mine, it's mine. Seeing how powerful the Spirit Commandeering Lightning Shield was, the 13th prince was even more eager to get his hands on it. This is impossible. Lin Kuan revealed a shocked expression. This was because this move was the strongest martial skill that he had grasped at the moment. It couldn't break through Ling Xiao's defense. Didn't this mean that he was going to lose? No, I don't accept it. He roared, and his eyes became crazy. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you, you can't hurt me anyway. Idiot, haven't you noticed that your recovery speed has slowed down a lot? Ling Xiao looked at Lin Kuan coldly and said indifferently. What? At this moment, Lin Kuan was stunned to discover that his originally rapid recovery had actually almost stopped at this moment. Although it was still recovering, it would take at least 10 minutes for it to fully recover. From the beginning, I didn't expect you to be killed directly, so every attack I made was infused with the terrifying undying thunder. Because it was just a little bit, you didn't notice it at all. You thought that you were immortal, so you didn't care at all. It was because of your immortal body that you lost your usual vigilance. Now take my final attack. I'll let you see what the martial skills passed down by the 8 immortals are really like, lest you bastards ruin them. As he spoke, Ling Xiao suddenly retreated, and the 8 immortals' sword in his hand condensed a terrifying aura again. This time, the terrifying aura of death was thicker than before. Lin Kuan could only watch as Ling Xiao condensed a move, and he couldn't recover, so he had to fight against the undying thunder in his body. It's useless. You can't kill me. Without an outstanding top-tier Jade-grade martial skill, you can't kill me at all. Even at this moment, Lin Kuan was still dreaming. He thought that Ling Xiao couldn't kill him. Therefore, even if Ling Xiao attacked him again, it would be useless. As long as he cleared all the undying thunder in his body, this battle would be over. He wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. An outstanding top-tier Jade-grade martial skill. If you want to see it, I'll show it to you. Boom! A huge aura came out of the 8 immortals' sword. The black sword she intertwined to form the shape of a ghost dragon. The giant ghost dragon looked down at Lin Kuan, full of majesty and death aura. No! How can this be? In the stands, the Dark Tribe elder felt that he was going crazy. Ling Xiao was already filled with regret and despair for being able to use the Annihilate Ghost King. However, when this move was used, he almost collapsed completely. It's actually an outstanding top-tier Jade grade martial skill. The King of Destruction just now wasn't the last move? This Ling Xiao is not human at all. He's a demon! A terrifying demon! The other elders were also completely dumbfounded. Ling Xiao's performance had already shattered their imagination. Even in their dreams, they didn't dare to imagine such a thing. At this moment, Chen Changxing and the Duke of Yu, who were already very weak, were also numb. They thought that without the little devil girl's interference, they still had a chance to turn the tables. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao executed this move. They suddenly understood. In fact, this battle should have been over long ago. Ling Xiao had been playing them like children. If he had used this terrifying move earlier, who could have resisted it? This was even more terrifying than the Berserk Thunder technique. Lin Kuan, who bore the brunt of it, was naturally more frightened. Although his demonic dragon transformation was said to be immortal, there was actually a limit. As long as his opponent could use an outstanding top-tier Jade-grade martial skill, he would definitely die. However, almost no one in the 8 Immortals County could do this. Perhaps there was once, but definitely not now. Chapter 2571. Lin Kuan thought that his demonic dragon transformation was invincible. However, when Ling Xiao performed his move, he finally realized that he had underestimated this person. This move is called Ghost Slaying Dragon. It's your honor to die under it. Why? Why can you comprehend such a powerful move? Why? Is this the true essence of the 8 Immortals martial arts? Lin Kuan's emotions were extremely complicated. Despair. Absent-minded. Unwilling. He was also very confused. I'll let you know before you die. This move is far from the true essence of the 8 Immortals martial arts. It has 3 more moves, each stronger than the last. Ling Xiao's indifferent voice sounded in Lin Kuan's ears. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Kuan actually knelt on the ground. There were 3 more moves? Then why did he betray his savior and repay kindness with enmity to obtain the martial arts of the 8 Immortals martial arts? He turned himself into a demon, but it was a joke in the end. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. With a sorrowful and desperate voice, the huge ghost dragon swooped down and completely swallowed Lin Kuan, who was kneeling on the ground. With one move, Lin Kuan's corpse was not even left behind. It was completely turned into dust and disappeared between heaven and earth. Lin Kuan's remaining energy poured into Ling Xiao's body, helping him break through to the late stage of the 7th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang transformation state. However, Ling Xiao hid the aura of the breakthrough. The demonic dragon beast soul in Lin Kuan's body was also absorbed by Ling Xiao and integrated into the Tyrant blood demonic dragon beast soul. At that moment, the Tyrant blood demonic dragon advanced. It advanced to the 9th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang transformation state. In this way, the Tyrant blood demonic dragon, which was almost useless, became an important combat force for Ling Xiao again. With a wave of his hand, Ling Xiao put away the other 8 Immortals' sword. In this way, with the combination of male and female, he finally had a pair of divine-grade spiritual artifact swords. It should be easier to travel to the Qin Kingdom's imperial capital with this pair of swords. He collected the spoils of war as if no one was around, and the entire battlefield became deathly silent. A moment later, an earth-shattering shout suddenly erupted. He didn't know if he was in disbelief or happy. In short, this battle allowed them to see the most miraculous battle results. He actually did it! My God! A single bolt of lightning knocked out 2 sect leaders! Killing Devil Dragon Lin Kuan with one sword. Just what is this guy's background? Who the hell knows where he came from? But he's too strong, really too strong. 1 against 3 sect masters, and he actually won. If this news were to spread, I'm afraid even the people of the royal capital would be alarmed. Monster! No, the Monster King! Even ordinary monsters can't reach his level. Do you still remember what he said before? Submit to me and prosper, or oppose me and perish. I thought he was joking, but I didn't expect it to become a reality. That's right. This guy killed Demon Dragon Lin Quan. Why doesn't it seem like he's exhausted at all? Of course, they didn't know that Ling Xiao had already swallowed a blood spirit pill. His qi, blood, and inner force had completely recovered. There was no doubt that Ling Xiao's image was infinitely magnified in everyone's eyes at this moment. If there were people who still had doubts about him before, then now, everything was gone. The onlookers could be said to be happy and sad. The Duke of Yu's mansion, the Tianfeng Group, and the 8 Immortals Mountain had a love-hate relationship with Ling Xiao. They loved that Ling Xiao didn't kill Chen Changxing and the Duke of Yu because he was merciful. Furthermore, he had even killed the demon dragon Lin Quan. What was hateful was that after Ling Xiao's victory, the 3/4 of the Arcana Academy would probably belong to him. Even the 8 Immortals County might become Ling Xiao's fief. None of this would benefit them at all. 13th Prince, what do you think? Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the 13th Prince on the airship. Defeating the 3 sect leaders was only the first step. What he wanted was the 3/4 of the Arcana Academy. And the right to rule the 8 Immortals County. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you are strong enough? There are many people in this world who are stronger than you. Also, I have the final say on the quotas of the Arcana Academy. Who do you think you are? The 13th Prince coldly snorted. Although the fact that Ling Xiao defeated the 3 sect leaders shocked him, he had already set up an inescapable net. He wasn't afraid that Ling Xiao wouldn't die. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao here, then he wouldn't have to worry about anything. 13th Prince, you have to think carefully. The consequences of doing this will be very serious. Ling Xiao coldly looked at the airship and said, How dare you? All the land under the heavens belongs to the king. Do you dare to become enemies with the royal family of the Qin Kingdom? The 13th Prince angrily roared. Hee, all the land under the heavens does belong to the king, but can you represent the entire royal family? I'm afraid not. Fine, since you can't keep your promise, then don't blame me. Little demoness, destroy that airship. Ling Xiao coldly sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, a scorching black light had already enveloped the entire airship. Then, the airship crashed to the ground. The 13th Prince and his attendants were in a sorry state. A few of them were even burned to death. How dare you attack the royal family? The 13th Prince looked at Ling Xiao with anger and fear. He believed that his strength was at most on par with demonic dragon Lin Quan. If demonic dragon Lin Quan couldn't defeat Ling Xiao, then he couldn't either. Therefore, he was very wary of Ling Xiao. So what if I attacked you? It's not your first day knowing me, right? Why are you so surprised? Ling Xiao smiled and said, Good. Very good. Kill him. Kill him. Amidst the roars, a huge light shield enveloped the entire battlefield. The 13th Prince and his attendants walked out of the light shield. Then, a group of people rushed in. These people were all 7th level of hell experts in the yin-yang realm. Ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, you didn't expect this, did you? This array can only be entered from the outside, but not from the inside. Of course, I know the secrets of the array, so I can enter and exit as I wish. Just stay inside and wait for your death. The 13th Prince laughed maniacally. Then, he said to Inpa, Go install that little demoness. Don't fight to the death. Just don't let her enter the array to help Ling Xiao. Second Prince, isn't it time for us to make a move? Hong Min looked at Chen Kanglin and asked. I told you to call me young master. Chen Kanglin sighed and said, Forget it. It's time to reveal my identity. After all, it's better to help someone in need than to add icing on the cake. If we can save Ling Xiao now, he will owe us a favor. Yes. Hong Minna responded and suddenly flew out of the carriage. Bright light was released from her body. The entire battlefield was crimson red. She instantly became the center of attention. Chapter 2572. Ling Xiao was also observing. Although he could kill these warriors, it would take a lot of effort. There was no need to expose too much of his strength. If there were any accidents, he would welcome it. Why is it that girl? The 13th prince was shocked when he saw Hong Minor. How could he not know Hong Minor? She was the person who was inseparable from his second brother. Among the 14 princes of the king of the Qin kingdom, 2 of them had been conferred the title of prince. They were both 9-star princes. In the absence of a crown prince, these 2 were the most powerful among the 14 princes. One of them was the second prince, Qin Kanglin. The other was the 14th prince, Qin Tsangxiong. As for the 13th prince, he was not even a prince. He was just a poor county prince. Even if he had a fief, it would only be a county. He could not even lift his head in front of these 2. If the second prince really came, he would have to kneel down and welcome him. Listen up, 9-star prince, Jihyun of Silla of the Qin kingdom, has decreed that Ling Xiao is a genius. The Arcana Academy needs people like him. Therefore, whoever dares to touch him will be the enemy of the Arcana Academy and Jihyun of Silla. Since you have agreed that Ling Xiao will be the winner, the 3 spots of the Arcana Academy will be given to him. There must be no mistakes. In addition, the 8 Immortals County will be Ling Xiao's fief from today onward. It can be passed down from generation to generation. Sex will not be allowed to fight over it. Hong Minor's voice was not loud, but everyone heard it clearly. The meaning behind her words was like a clap of thunder. Many people were so shocked that they could not react for a long time. Ling Xiao is one of Jihyun of Silla's men. No wonder he is not afraid of the 13th prince. The 13th prince is nothing in front of Jihyun of Silla. That means Ling Xiao is now the lord of the 8 Immortals County. That's right, that's right. Those who offended him are in trouble now. The discussion started again. Ling Xiao frowned. There was no free lunch in this world. He did not know any Jihyun of Silla. There must be a reason why he helped him so much. However, he would not reject this benefit. After all, he did not intend to completely fall out with the royal family. Thank you for your appreciation, King Zhixian, but I'm afraid that our 13th prince will not be convinced. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Young hero Ling, you don't have to worry about that. This younger brother of mine is really unreliable this time. He's already angered Father and the Mystic Realm Academy, so he's been ordered to return to the capital and be imprisoned. An elegant young man walked out of the carriage. Although he did not release a powerful aura like Hong Minor's, no one dared to underestimate him. Everyone knew that he was extremely powerful. The person closest to the throne. The 13th prince roared hysterically. How dare you! How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Ask your men to stop. Do you really want me to do it? Qin Kanglin looked at the 13th prince coldly. They were supposed to be brothers, but they were like enemies. This was a stark contrast to the relationship between Ling Xiao and Ling Yan. Ling Xiao and Ling Yan were not brothers, but they were willing to risk their lives for each other. Perhaps this was the royal family. That place was full of schemes and internal strife. It really made one feel sad. Kill him! Kill him! The 13th prince knew that even Qin Kanglin would not dare to kill him. Since he was going to be imprisoned, he did not care anymore. He would be satisfied as long as he could kill Ling Xiao before he left. As for his men of sacrifice, they actually obeyed his orders and charged towards Ling Xiao. How could Qin Kanglin not do anything in this situation? He was Jihyun of Silla. His words were not for show. Minor, kill! He said softly. Hong Minor released a shocking amount of internal energy and struck out with a palm. In an instant, the men of sacrifice who were loyal to the 13th prince were all killed in the flames. Ling Xiao frowned. Hong Minor was really strong. Perhaps only the little demoness would be a match for her. Qin Kanglin was even stronger. He even had a mysterious aura that Ling Xiao could not identify. This kind of person was dangerous. Working with him was like asking a tiger for its skin. However, Ling Xiao liked to be with a tiger. It was not certain who would eat who. Anyway, he had to go to King Qin. That was the next step for him to improve his strength. Although he wanted to join the 9 Supremes, he would only be courting death if he joined them with his current strength. He might as well go to King Qin and strengthen himself. When he was stronger, he could go out and explore. The 13th Prince's men of sacrifice were all killed, and Pe had escaped quietly. He did not want to be imprisoned with the 13th Prince. This guy was cunning. Ling Xiao! Ling Xiao! Suddenly, Ling Xiao's name was heard all over the 8 Immortals County. Some people were quick to follow the trend. They had supported the 3 leaders before, but now they had become Ling Xiao's loyal fans. However, Ling Xiao could not be bothered with these people. They could not cause any trouble anyway. As long as he was strong enough, these people would always be on his side. As for Ling Xiao, he walked towards Jihun of Silla and Qin Kanglin. No matter what, he had to thank others for helping him. However, there were some things that he had to make clear. He would not give himself to anyone. He was who he was. He preferred to be free and control his own destiny. He did not want to work for others. Thank you, Jihun of Silla, for your help. Ling Xiao is very grateful. Ling Xiao cupped his fists and said to Qin Kanglin. He did not kneel down. Although he knew that Jihun of Silla was much stronger than him, he had not shown his trump card. If they really fought, even if he could not win, he could still save his life. Therefore, he did not need to be afraid of Jihun of Silla, nor did he need to be humble. There is no need to thank me. Jihun of Silla hurriedly grabbed Ling Xiao's hands and said very intimately, I have heard of your name for a long time. Therefore, I specially asked my father and the Arcana Academy for a decree and then came to the 8 Immortals County. Your performance really did not disappoint me. From now on, we can call each other brothers. There is no need to call each other king. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. King Jixian's behavior was a little too friendly. They had just met, and they were already calling each other brothers? He said seriously. Your Highness, I am just a commoner. I dare not call you my brother. If your Highness thinks highly of me, I will be your friend. It's okay, it's okay. I was rude. Jihun of Silla was not angry at all. He laughed and said, Yes, friends. From now on, we are friends. As long as I have food to eat, I will never let you go hungry. Although Qin Kanglin felt that he was very polite. In Ling Xiao's opinion, Qin Kanglin's approach was a bit pretentious. Chapter 2573. Thank you, Your Highness, for thinking so highly of me, Ling Xiao said. All right, let's cut to the chase. This is the decree that I asked for. Take it. If anyone dares to disobey your orders, deal with them directly. There is no need to report. The 8 Immortal City will be your territory in the future. Those people will be your people. Qin Kanglin held Ling Xiao's hand all the time. That kind of affection was even closer than that of a brother. My people? Ling Xiao secretly laughed. If Qin Kanglin knew that his ambition was to control the entire mysterious world and let the human race regain control of the world, what would Jihun of Silla think? Of course, he would not say this out loud. Although he did things his own way, he was definitely not stupid. Qin Kanglin was much more powerful than the 13th Prince. When dealing with such a person, he had to be a little cautious. Anyway, Qin Kanglin just wanted him to owe him a favor and then use him to do something. Then, he could use Jihun of Silla's identity and status to achieve some of his own goals. Using each other, it was that simple. Jihun of Silla wanted to use him, and he wanted to use Qin Kanglin. Everyone was just taking what they needed. I, Ling Xiao, am a person who does not benefit from anything. I have always been very grateful to those who have helped me. I will definitely repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring. Ling Zhao's seemingly indifferent words made Ji-hyun of Silla and Qin Kanglin happy. In Ji-hyun of Silla's view, his advisor Hong Minor was right. Ling Xiao was a person who could not be forcefully subdued. It was better to treat him as a friend, and he would naturally repay the kindness of a friend. I do not expect to be repaid for what I have done. By the way, you still have at most 5 days in the 8 Immortals City. Take care of your matters. 5 days later, follow me to the Qin Kingdom's capital. With me around, no one will dare to do anything to you. Ji-hyun of Silla thought that Qin Kanglin's recruitment method was very sincere. The reason why he didn't directly give a gift was probably because he was worried that Ling Xiao would misunderstand. However, this gift would definitely not be lacking in the future. Alright, that's not a problem. Ling Xiao nodded and said, If your Highness doesn't have anything else, then I'll take my leave first. Okay, you do what you need to do. Qin Kanglin nodded and got into the carriage with a smile. He then left with Hong Minor. As for where he was going, he naturally didn't tell Ling Xiao. Qin Kanglin was not like the 13th prince who paid attention to extravagance. This kind of person was too intelligent. He paid attention to everything and always liked to scheme against others behind their backs. He was much harder to deal with than the 13th prince. Young Master Minor feels that Ling Xiao is ultimately someone who is difficult to control. While you treat him with respect, you should also use more methods. On the carriage, Hong Minor reminded him. Of course, I know. I've already made the arrangements. In fact, I've always had people in the 8 Immortals Mountain, the Tianfeng Group, and the Duke of Yu's mansion. Moreover, they hold important positions. It's just that they've been keeping a low profile. Qin Kanglin smiled faintly and said, The 8 Immortals City has been handed over to Ling Xiao. In fact, it's still in my hands. After all, Ling Xiao is all alone. Who can he send to manage it? Rely on those useless people in Yuhua Town? Young Master, you're so wise. What I just thought of, you've already predicted and made the arrangements. Hong Minor praised. Let's not talk about this anymore. How's the matter going? Qin Kanglin suddenly waved his hand and said. Hong Minor frowned and replied. Not too good. Our people entered the Ox Deity's maze and realized that the 9 Serenity's golden crow had disappeared. Disappeared? Did those young people get it? Qin Kanglin frowned even more and said, I don't care about anything else. However, I must get the devouring demon fetus and the 9 Serenity's golden crow. Otherwise, I won't be able to suppress my 14th brother. After all, the mystic world is the mystic world. No matter how smart you are, it's useless if you're not strong enough. Your Highness, don't worry. I've already sent people to interrogate those who entered the Ox Deity's maze. We'll definitely find some clues. Actually, in my opinion, Ling Xiao seems to be the most suspicious. Hong Minor said. If it's Ling Xiao, it'll be easy. When we arrive at the Qin Kingdom's capital, he'll always be under my surveillance. Once I find any clues, I'll find him immediately. No matter how much I have to pay, I'll get those 2 things. If I can't, I'll kill him. Qin Kanglin could lower his status for a talent. However, he could also kill a talent for something that could increase his strength. This was a true hero. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know what happened in the carriage. He didn't know what they were talking about. However, Hong Minor was right about one thing. Not only did he get the devouring demon fetus, he also got the remnant soul of the 9 Serenity's golden crow. After Ling Xiao bid farewell to Qin Kanglin, he used a special method to control Chen Changxing and the Duke of Yu. These 2 guys were relatively strong. Once they rebelled, it would be difficult to suppress them. Therefore, he used the same method he used to deal with Ling Yuhua. If these 2 old guys didn't listen to him, they would die. Chen Changxing and the Duke of Yu didn't want to die. Naturally, they were willing to listen to Ling Xiao. After all, it was the same whether they were the 13th prince's dog or Ling Xiao's dog. They just didn't want to accept it. After all, Ling Xiao's status was lower. He wasn't as noble as the 13th prince. However, they didn't have the confidence to refuse. As for the 8 Immortals Mountain, the Heavenly Wind Group, and the Duke of Yu's residence, they were all suppressed by the prisoners released from the ghost prison. The ones leading the prisoners were Lin Ruoxian, Moon Death, Sire Shui, and the elders of the Yu clan. Ling Zhao's method of controlling those prisoners was, of course, pills. Those fellows were all ferocious. If he wanted to subdue them in a short period of time, he could only use such methods. As long as they wanted to live, they had to listen to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao only spent a day to reform the 3 major powers in the 8 Immortals city. Although the Duke of Yu's residence continued to exist, it wasn't allowed to recruit soldiers. It couldn't exist as a power. It was just an idle duke's residence. The Heavenly Wind Group was changed into the City Defense Group. Sire Shui was the group leader, and Qin Changxing was the vice leader. The members of the group were all reselected. The first choice was loyalty. The second choice was strength and talent. The 8 Immortals Mountain still existed and became the only sect in the 8 Immortals city. However, the sect master became the elder of the Yu clan. The system of the 8 great clans was also completely abandoned. It was simply changed to the lower and upper 8 Immortals Mountain. Moreover, the disciples of the upper 8 Immortals Mountain were no longer judged by their clan. As long as they passed the test, they could enter regardless of whether they had a backer. In fact, it was similar to the inner and outer disciples of ordinary sections. Some of the elders were retained. However, Ling Xiao didn't hesitate to use pills to control them. After all, he was clear that there were many people who didn't want to accept him. The next day, a wandering cultivator came to the 8 Immortals city. It was a female. Her cultivation was at the first level of the rebirth realm. Chapter 2574. The wandering cultivator had not entered the cycle of reincarnation, but she was still invincible in the 8 Immortals city with her first-level rebirth realm cultivation. Her name was Haim Myungkeo. She was a cultivator from the Heavenly Dragon continent, and was Ling Zhao's greatest enemy and most loyal companion. Haim Myungkeo was the holy son of the human race's sacred dynasty. However, when the sacred dynasty fell, she was also defeated by Ling Xiao. Later on, due to a freak combination of factors, she became friends with Ling Xiao and was now a valiant general of the Heavenly Empire. However, as of today, the gap between her and Ling Xiao was growing larger and larger. She had just advanced to the first-level rebirth realm, but Ling Xiao was already a cultivator at the late stage of the 7th level of Hell. She believed that this gap would only get bigger in the future. It was Ling Xiao who asked the Celestial Empire to send people over in order to stabilize the rule of the 8 Immortals County and establish a special force to guard the 8 Immortals County while eradicating spies and traitors who had infiltrated the 8 Immortals County. Haim Myungkeo brought more than 100 people. In order not to attract attention, they deliberately came from the remote place of Yuhua Town. The 8 Immortals City will depend on you in the future. It will be very helpful for your cultivation here. I hope you can enter the cycle of reincarnation as soon as possible. Only by entering the cycle of reincarnation can your cultivation continue to improve. Otherwise, you will be stuck at the first-level rebirth realm for the rest of your life. Ling Xiao reminded Haim Myungkeo. The stories we heard about the rebirth realm in the past are all wrong. If Haim Myungkeo entered the cycle of reincarnation, Ling Xiao would not worry about not having a successor. In any case, although most of the cultivators in the Heavenly Empire were not at the average level of the Black Tortoise continent, there was no problem in controlling a small place like the 8 Immortals City. I understand. You have to be careful too. From today onwards, you will be involved in the struggle for hegemony in the Black Tortoise continent. Although no one knows about your ambitions for now, they will know sooner or later. Haim Myungkeo reminded. Of course I know. Since I've chosen this path, I have no reason to fear. Ling Xiao smiled and said. Starting tomorrow, the 8 Immortal City's Overlord Mansion will be built according to my blueprint. You can temporarily live in the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. I have already arranged everything. If you don't have enough manpower, you can go to Yuhua Town to look for people. The people there have already become loyal to me. All right. Ling Xiao had originally planned to catch up with Haim Myungkeo. Suddenly, someone came in to report. Ling Xiao had no choice but to let Haim Myungkeo leave first. The person who came in was Lin Yang. "Boss, it's not good. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death have been captured. Kong Yu, Jin Hai, Shi Yanran and Akira Toriyama have also been captured." When Lin Yang came in, he looked very anxious. "They are all participants of the Ox Deity's maze. Do you know who did this?" Ling Xiao asked. "I'm not sure at the moment. But if Senior Sister Xian left a clue, maybe we can find the person who captured them," Lin Yang replied. "I know. You can go and do what you need to do. You may not be able to intervene in the following matters. I will take care of it." Actually, after knowing that those people were captured, Ling Xiao already had a suspect in his heart. The most likely suspect was Jihyun of Silla, Chin Kanglin. That guy might be looking for something in the Ox Deity's maze, so he did this. Originally, the 13th Prince was the biggest suspect. But the 13th Prince was already imprisoned, so it was impossible. So it could only be Chin Kanglin. But speculation was speculation. No matter how confident he was, it was still speculation. In order to not wrongly accuse a good person, he planned to save them personally. Since Lin Ruoxian had left a clue, it would be easy to handle. After coming out of the Eight Immortals Mountain, Ling Xiao went straight to the place where Lin Ruoxian and the others were captured. His biggest taboo was when someone hurt his family and friends. Usually, he would not show mercy to such enemies. He would kill them directly. This time, it was no exception. He did not care how powerful the other party was or what they wanted to do. If anything happened to Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, he would definitely make them pay with their lives. Ling Xiao went at full speed. In just over 10 minutes, he had already arrived at an abandoned mine outside the Eight Immortals city. In this mine, a group of people were tied up. Not only were there disciples of the Eight Immortals Mountain, but there were also disciples of the Tianfeng group and the Duke of Yu's mansion. Of course, these people were all martial artists under Ling Xiao's city defense troop. As soon as he arrived near the mine, Ling Xiao slowed down and then sneaked into the mine in the form of a ghost wolf. He heard the conversation in the mine. Just as he expected, these people were captured because they wanted to know the whereabouts of the devouring demon fetus and the 9 nether golden crows' remnant soul. Unfortunately, among these people, even Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death did not know the whereabouts of these two things. It was useless to ask. However, there was still someone with a foul mouth. This person was Chen Bao from the Heavenly Wind Group. "Don't kill me. I know that Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death have been with Ling Xiao all this time. They definitely know whether those two things were taken by Ling Xiao or not." Hearing this, Ling Xiao immediately had a strong killing intent. He was kind enough to spare Chen Bao's life. However, not only did this bastard not know how to repay his kindness, but he also betrayed Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. If he did not kill this bastard, Ling Xiao would have wasted his powerful strength. He was not in a hurry to enter because he wanted to know who else would betray Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. In the end, he waited for a long time. There were 8 people in the Heavenly Wind Group who followed Chen Bao's lead. Qin Beixian, on the other hand, was lying there quietly as if nothing had anything to do with him. There were also 4 people in the Duke of Yu's mansion. However, Xiaofeng Kenwei and Xiaofeng Kenyang did not take the lead. The strength that Ling Xiao had displayed that day had completely awed them, allowing the siblings to understand one thing. Ling Xiao was not someone they could mess with. Moreover, they would not be able to survive if they did not do anything. They were not that stupid. After a while, the 5 people continued to attack Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. Ling Xiao knew that it was time for him to make his move. His opponent was very strong as Chen Changxing. However, Ling Xiao was even more powerful. After the battle with Demon Dragon Lin Quan, Chen Changxing had not only achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation level, but also in his martial arts. It would not take much effort to kill such a person. Under the light of the fluorescent stones, a few heads suddenly fell to the ground. Everyone looked at the heads that rolled on the ground like watermelons and couldn't figure out what had just happened. Qin Bao was the only one who screamed in fear. Ling Xiao purposely did not kill him in the first attack so that he could experience the taste of fear before killing him. The elite fighter finally realized what was going on. He suddenly lunged at Lin Ruoxian and tried to use Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death as hostages to make Ling Xiao hesitate. However, no matter how fast he was not as fast as Ling Xiao. It was only one move. Ling Xiao used the move that he used to kill Demon Dragon Lin Quan. Shadow Martial Art, Ghost Slaying Dragon. Chapter 2575. A martial artist at the peak of Yin-Yang Stage 7 transformation failed to block Ling Xiao's attack and died on the spot. Ling Xiao revealed his human form and looked at Qin Bao coldly. "Spare me! Sir Overlord, spare me! I was just muddle-headed for a moment." Qin Bao shouted in fear as he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. However, Ling Xiao did not have any sympathy or pity in his eyes. He flicked his right hand and a sword light pierced through the air. Qin Bao's throat was pierced. He was in extreme pain and suffocating as he gradually lost his vitality. "I said those who follow me will prosper and those who oppose me will perish. However, it seems like some of you don't understand what's going on," Ling Xiao said coldly and released everyone. He then left with Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. As for the rest, it was not like they did not know the way. He did not have the responsibility of escorting them. Just as Ling Xiao entered the abandoned mine to save everyone, Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. In another secret place, Enpa knelt in front of Qin Kanglin with a fearful expression. He had escaped but was caught by Qin Kanglin's subordinates and sent to this place. He was sent there while he was dizzy. He did not even know where this place was. "Your Highness Jihunosilla, Enpa is willing to do anything for you." "I'll do anything for you," Enpa said respectfully. He was begging for mercy. He did not want to die, so he could only pledge his loyalty to Qin Kanglin. "All right, there's something that will test your loyalty." Qin Kanglin smiled faintly. "Go to this place and stop Ling Xiao." "Kill him!" "Kill Ling Xiao?" Enpa was stunned. Of course, he wanted Ling Xiao dead. This order was perfect for him. However, he was not confident. "You're afraid of that little demoness, right? It's all right. She's not with Ling Xiao. You don't have to worry at all. Kill him and I'll believe in your loyalty." Qin Kanglin smiled. "I don't understand. Didn't you save Ling Xiao? Why do you want to kill him? Are you really going to kill him?" Enpa was a little confused. He was afraid that after killing Ling Xiao, he would offend Qin Kanglin instead. "That brat is disobedient. Is this reason enough?" Qin Kanglin asked calmly. "Enough! Enough!" Enpa knew that the members of the royal family had always believed that those who obeyed them would prosper and those who disobeyed them would perish. If they didn't like them or if they didn't want to submit to them, they would kill them without mercy. "Then let's go." Qin Kanglin waved his hand and handed a map to Enpa. On the map was the route to intercept Ling Xiao. "Min'er, follow him. I have one principle. Don't let Ling Xiao die, even if he only has one breath left. What I want is to devour the devil fetus and the 9 serenities underworld golden crow's remnant soul. If Ling Xiao really gets them, he will definitely use them in a life and death situation. Enpa is perfect for this." After Enpa left, Qin Kanglin said to Hong Min'er. Just as Hong Min'er was about to leave, Qin Kanglin suddenly changed his mind. "No, you shouldn't go. Ling Xiao knows you. If he sees you, he will think that I am the one behind this. It's better to find someone he doesn't know who is stronger than Enpa. Your Highness is indeed thoughtful. Min'er will do it now. You two go first. Trouble is coming." On the way to 8 Immortal Mountain, Ling Xiao suddenly said to Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, "No. Although we are not as strong as you, we have broken through to the first transformation of Yin-Yang realm and reached the 7th level of Hell. We can definitely help you. The reason why Lin Ruoxian and Yu Sham were captured was because they were too careless. Otherwise, with their current strength, even Qing Changxing would have a hard time capturing them. Therefore, their combat strength was not that weak. Forget it. Let them stay, but don't force them. Ling Xiao stopped trying to persuade them because the enemy had arrived. Since you are here, why are you still hiding? Ling Xiao said coldly as he looked at a dark shadow not far away. Ling Xiao, it's time to end the grudge between us. A figure stepped out of the darkness. Who else could it be but Enpe? You are really loyal. I only cut off one of the 13th prince's arms, and you want to kill me? Ling Xiao laughed. You are wrong. I am not killing you because of the 13th prince. I am killing you because you deserve to die. Enpe was very unhappy. Ling Xiao actually forgot about him and didn't take him seriously at all. This was unacceptable to someone as powerful as him. Then why? Could it be that I unintentionally caused you to die without descendants? Ling Xiao said as he prepared the alchemy formation stones. He could feel that his opponent's strength had already far surpassed Demon Dragon Lin Quan's level. He was probably at the early stage of the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm. This was not something he could fight head-on with his current strength. Using an array was probably the best choice. Bastard, have you forgotten about the spirit of the Shadow Black Gourd? This old man has stayed in the dark Shadow Black Gourd for countless years and has also used the dark Shadow Black Gourd to absorb the blood of many martial artists. I was almost able to condense a human form, but it was destroyed by you. Don't you deserve to die? Enpe roared. So it's you? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then his face turned gloomy. If I knew you were like this, I would have killed you back then. He did not expect this guy to hide in the Shadow Black Gourd to absorb the blood of martial artists. This guy was too cunning. Ha ha ha, it's too late to regret now. With your current strength, you are no match for me without the help of that little demoness. Enpe laughed out loud, feeling very comfortable. You know my relationship with Her Highness Jihyun of Silla. If you kill me, do you think she will let you go? Ling Xiao was trying to get information out of Enpe. He wanted to know whether Enpe was here purely for revenge or because of someone else's order. Do you want to know? At the moment of your death, I will tell you. Enpe was really cunning. He did not want to say anything even if he was beaten to death. He just wanted to make Ling Xiao anxious. Well, in that case, I will beat you until you tell me. Ling Xiao knew Enpe's true identity, so he could not let Enpe continue to live. This guy seemed to have taken over Old Demon's body. If he continued to live, his family and friends would be in great danger. After all, not everyone had Tai Chi like him. Not everyone could see Enpe's true body. Ruoxian, Moon Death, the two of you assist me. Except for the Black Demon Sword, I will give you all the magic treasures for now. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he gave all the magic treasures except for the Black Demon Sword to Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. With these magic treasures, the two girls' combat strength would increase and they would be of greater help to him. Ling Xiao knew very well that he had encountered the most terrifying opponent since he came to the Black Tortoise continent. If he could not win, he would die. Chapter 2576. Ling Xiao, be careful! Lin Ruoxian reminded him. Then, she and Moon Death came to an agreement. Each of them held a few Dharma treasures and retreated to the periphery, ready to assist Ling Xiao at any time. If the two of them directly participated in the battle, they would not be of much help to Ling Xiao. Instead, they might become a burden. However, the effect of assisting from the periphery was much better. Although Ling Xiao was wary of Enpe, he was not afraid of Enpe. He still had some tricks up his sleeve. Although Enpe was strong, he did not have a martial soul. That was because he was a soul that occupied the body of the Earth Demon. Of course, with the body of the Earth Demon, his combat strength would still increase, but it would not be as obvious as a martial soul. The only thing I am wary of is that little devil girl. Today, she is not here. What can the three of you do to me? As he spoke, Enpe took out two sharp fist blades. The fist blades were directly equipped on the wrist. During the battle, the hand blades would be there. Moreover, both hands could be used for other things. It was very convenient. After the weapons were equipped, and Po's aura suddenly became much stronger. That soaring aura seemed to scare off Ling Xiao and the rest. This guy was so strong that the three of them had to work together to deal with him. Although Ling Xiao was not willing to do so, he was not an old-fashioned person. Knowing that the opponent was strong and difficult to deal with, not asking for help was not courageous, but courting death. And Po did not waste any more time. His body suddenly moved. That fleeting figure was like a ghost. The originally strong aura was instantly restrained by him. Although he was so strong, he still used the Earth Demon's attack method. This Po was really cautious. The more he was like this, the harder it was to deal with him. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He entered the purple lightning thunderbolt transformation state, and held the male and female 8 immortal sword with both hands. The top lightning battle body burst out with a shocking power of lightning that circled around his body. Facing such a strong opponent, Ling Xiao was prepared to use all his means except for the heavenly tyrant martial soul. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death nervously stood at the periphery, carefully observing the battle. The two of them had already been suppressed by Po's terrifying killing intent. Fortunately, he didn't face it directly. Otherwise, he would have been killed like a piece of wood. At this moment, they could only catch their breaths with Ling Xiao at the front. Now, they finally understood why Ling Xiao had asked them to assist in the periphery. When the two of them recovered from their shock, Ling Xiao and Po were already engaged in battle. Ling Xiao's purple lightning bull transformation had an absolute advantage in terms of physical strength. It was as strong as a real purple lightning bull. In this regard, Po was slightly inferior. The Earth Demon was good at sneak attacks, but its body wasn't strong enough. In the demon world, only the War Demon had a strong body that was comparable to the demon beasts. Therefore, in the first collision between the two, although it was just a tentative contact, Po was still pushed back 2 or 3 steps by Ling Xiao's strong body. In a battle of pure strength, Po was definitely not Ling Xiao's opponent. This was the most terrifying thing about a beast warrior. Snake Hair Petrification Shield, Petrification Ray. At this moment, Lin Ruoxian, who was assisting in the periphery, used her magic treasure and released the Petrification Ray. Moon Death also held the Moonlight Soul Controlling Needle tightly, ready to use it at any time. This kind of magic treasure that could control or petrify people was the most difficult to deal with. Po also understood. Therefore, when he was about to counterattack Ling Xiao, he had to give up. Instead, Ling Xiao followed up and punched him. The fist with purple lightning was more effective than the previous attack. Po was pushed back 7 or 8 steps, and there were still electric arcs flashing on his body. Damn, that magic treasure is really a headache. Although the snake hair petrification shield could not completely petrify Po, he would be at a disadvantage if he was only partially petrified for a moment. Ling Xiao was too sneaky. He would not let go of even the slightest chance to attack. It was like a sharp blade hanging over his head, making Po unable to fight in peace. He glanced at Lin Ruoxian, wondering if he should kill Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death first so that he could focus on fighting Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao would not give him such a chance. Since he already had the upper hand, Ling Xiao would not stop attacking. Suddenly, a strange flower appeared in his palm. This flower was a terrifying black color. It seemed to be condensed from flames in the darkness, and it seemed to be calling from hell. 13 Shadow Esoteric, Night Demon Flower! Ling Xiao did not intend to hold back against Po, so he used the most powerful move he created before reincarnating. The Night Demon Flower was released and flew toward Po at a terrifying speed. A cold and sinister aura expanded in the air, and the surrounding demon beasts roared in horror. What the hell? Po was shocked to see the Night Demon Flower. With his cultivation, he could naturally sense how terrifying the Night Demon Flower was. The Night Demon Flower contained a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and earth. It made his hair stand on end and his hair stand on end. He tried to dodge. However, Moon Death used the Moonlight Soul Controlling Needle at this moment. and Pa lost the best chance to dodge, and he had no choice but to use his martial arts to fight back. Shadow Ghost Gate! And Pa put away his fists and pushed forward with both hands. A huge and heavy gate appeared in front of him, and he kept retreating. After all, although the Moonlight Soul-controlling needle was effective, it was not as effective. Especially when used on Inpa, it could not completely control his movements. Under Inpo's gaze, the Night Devil flower actually destroyed the huge ghost gate in an instant, and black flames spread out in all directions. The terrifying fire snakes continued to spread and pounced on Inpa. Inpa was horrified by this scene. The moment the Night Demon flower exploded, he felt like he had just survived a disaster. The power was too terrifying. After all, the Shadow Ghost Gate was a top-tier Jade-grade martial arts technique, and it was destroyed so easily. This was beyond his expectations. Triple Shadow Ghost Gate! And Pa did not dare to underestimate it, and he gathered his internal energy again, and 3 huge ghost gates appeared in front of him. After destroying the 3 gates of hell, the black flames finally extinguished. However, the fear and dread it brought took root in Inpo's heart. The ground seemed to have been burned to a crisp, and it turned into black powder. This made Inpa even more terrified. What kind of technique is this? Why is it so terrifying? I know you, and you can't possibly have such power. And Pa was shocked. Fortunately, he did not underestimate Ling Xiao and chose to retreat. Otherwise, he would have been burned to ashes if he was hit by the Night Demon flower. This was simply too surprising. Could the Night Demon flower be an immortal-grade martial arts technique? Chapter 2577. And Pa frowned as he stared coldly at the young man in front of him. The more he thought about it, the more he realized how terrifying and talented this young man was. If he allowed this young man to continue growing, he would never be able to avenge his son. This young man's talent was unlike anyone else's. In time, even the entire Black Tortoise continent would submit to him, let alone the small Chun country. Ling Xiao frowned as well. He didn't expect Inpa to be able to block his Night Demon flower. Speaking of which, his cultivation was too weak. Otherwise, the Night Demon flower's power wouldn't have been limited to this. Not to mention 3 gates of hell, even 30 gates of hell would be enough to reduce him to ashes. The Night Demon flower consumed too much internal energy, and couldn't be used too frequently. Ling Xiao could not help but sigh. But it didn't matter. He didn't expect this move to be able to kill Inpa. This kind of battle was more interesting, wasn't it? You must die! Otherwise, no one will be able to suppress you! Inpa didn't choose to retreat because of the Night Demon flower. Instead, he was determined to kill Ling Xiao. If he didn't kill Ling Xiao now, he would never have the chance to do so in the future. He knew this too well. This kid was too monstrous. Too terrifying. Shadow Frenzy! Ling Xiao was all too familiar with this move. Most of the Dark Tribe's elders and top geniuses knew how to use it. But when it was used by Inpa, its power was incomparably terrifying. Ling Xiao knew that the time to test himself had come. He raised both swords. Terrifying energy gathered at the tip of the swords. Suddenly, both swords stabbed forward. Yin-Yang Break! 2 top-tier Jade-grade martial arts were used at the same time. The power wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It was even stronger. Shadow Frenzy collided with the 2 moves. Ling Xiao was pushed back by 3 or 4 steps. Inpa, on the other hand, was a little abnormal. He was sent flying. In that instant, Ling Xiao saw through his opponent's scheme. Damn it! Sister Roxian, Moon Death, run! As he shouted, he jumped up and chased after Inpa. Inpa was too cunning. On the surface, he was attacking Ling Xiao, but in reality, he was targeting Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. At the same time that he repelled Ling Xiao, he borrowed the rebound force from Ling Xiao to increase his speed. He believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to catch up to him. As long as he killed Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, he would be able to fight Ling Xiao wholeheartedly. Otherwise, it would be too unbearable to keep being held back. Ha ha ha, you two little girls, you're really too annoying. I'll kill you two flies first, then I'll kill Ling Xiao. Amidst his maniacal laughter, Enpa unleashed his fist blades again. He used a move that was even more terrifying than before. It was a move from the shadow martial arts. Shattering Yin Yang! Enpa's shattering Yin Yang was more powerful than Ling Xiao's. Its speed was also faster than Ling Xiao's. Moreover, the sharp sword Qi instantly enveloped Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. Originally, with Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death's abilities, they should be able to dodge this attack. After all, they still had the Space Blue Book in their hands. Unfortunately, these two girls weren't Ling Xiao. They were suppressed by Enpa's terrifying murderous aura and forgot that they still had such a treasure on them. Although they desperately used their defensive skills, in Ling Xiao's eyes, it was completely useless. Damn it, shifting forms. Shifting forms was a special skill that Ling Xiao had learned when he was in the Heavenly Dragon continent. However, he hadn't used it for a long time. He didn't expect it to come in handy today. His figure instantly switched places with Lin Ruoxian. Then, he sent Moon Death flying with a palm strike. At this moment, because he had wasted a lot of time saving Moon Death, he could only face Enpa's shattering Yin Yang directly. He couldn't use the 1,000-mile wolf anymore. There wasn't enough time. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to circulate the power of the royal heaven-earth in his body. He hoped to use the peak lightning battle physique, the purple lightning thunder bull transformation, and the mystic world physique to withstand Enpa's attack. Enpa was really surprised that Ling Xiao could still save people in such a situation. However, after the surprise he was ecstatic. Originally, it wasn't easy for him to find Ling Xiao's weakness. Now, the opportunity had come. Ling Xiao was right under his fist and there was absolutely no way for him to dodge. Ha ha ha, go to hell. The fist pierced through the peak lightning battle physique and easily tore through the lightning battle physique's defense. Then, it pierced through the purple lightning thunder bull armor that wrapped around Ling Xiao's body and finally pierced through the mystic world physique. However, at this point, the power of shattering Yin Yang had become very weak. Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and used this force to retreat. Hee hee, do you think you can escape? Aren't you underestimating this old man too much? Enpa's face revealed a sinister smile. He didn't pull out the fist, but it instantly erupted with an even more terrifying power. This old man has walked on more paths than you have eaten salt. You think I don't have special skills? Black Death demonic poison. The fist suddenly released a Black Death aura that instantly seeped into Ling Xiao's body and began to wreak havoc. Ha ha, this time, you're dead for sure. Looking at Ling Xiao's immobile body, Enpa let out a wild laugh. Behind him, a tail stretched out and wrapped tightly around Ling Xiao's body. Then, the fist in his hand flashed with a terrifying cold light. There was less than a meter between the two of them. Enpa was actually going to use the most powerful move he could currently use. He couldn't guarantee that he could kill Ling Xiao with other moves. Shadow Martial Art, Ghost Destroying King, Ghost Slaughtering Dragon. After all, he was the ancestor of the Dark Tribe. The shadow martial art he cultivated was much more powerful than his descendants. He had cultivated to the level of the Ghost Slaughtering Dragon. However, he was still inferior to Ling Xiao. Even so, at such a close distance, if he really hit Ling Xiao would definitely be dead. Even the blood spirit pill wouldn't be able to save him. This was the power of Enpa's entire body. However, Ling Xiao was currently being tortured by the Black Death demonic poison. His body was stiff as a zombie, and he couldn't move at all. F***ck, if I'm going to die, I'll drag you down with me before I die. It was because of his unyielding spirit that Ling Xiao was able to survive until now. His eyes suddenly flashed with a terrifying light. His hands, which were originally stiff, actually began to move. Old dog, you've spun a cocoon around yourself. Shadow Martial Art, Top Jade Grade Final Move, Ghost Fighting Emperor. What? Enpa was shocked when he saw Ling Xiao's move. He was the ancestor of the Dark Tribe. How could he not know that there was such a move in the shadow martial art? This terrifying power was definitely a top jade grade martial art. It was comparable to his Shadow Ghost Gate. However, its attack power was much stronger. And Po's two moves were not as powerful as Ling Xiao's move. What should he do? At that moment, Enpa thought of retreating. However, he couldn't back down now. If he retreated, he would definitely be in trouble. Therefore, he could only bite the bullet and attack. Chapter 2578. Rumble. Both of their attacks collided within a meter. The terrifying power sent both of them flying. Ling Xiao wasn't having a good time. And Po wasn't having a good time either. Although Ling Xiao was restrained and poisoned by the Black Death demonic poison, and Po's attack was more powerful. In the end, both of their conditions were basically the same. Ling Xiao's male and female 8 immortal swords were sent flying. He fell to the ground and looked like he was on the verge of death. Ling Xiao had never suffered such a serious injury since he stepped into the Black Tortoise continent. Today was really a day of suffering. The intense pain made him feel like he was suffocating. The potential in his cells was gushing out crazily from this attack, constantly attacking his body. However, he had no way to control this energy. It was really a bit depressing. Compared to Ling Xiao, and Po's situation wasn't much better. And Po was hit by Ling Xiao's most powerful attack. Both of his legs were broken and blood was flowing out of his body. However, this guy's cultivation was much higher than Ling Xiao's and he had many more tricks up his sleeve. He actually abandoned the Earth Demon's body and took out a brand new body from his storage ring. It was clearly a body that he had prepared long ago for possession. Ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, you're finished! Crazy laughter came from the brand new body. However, Ling Xiao could tell that the process of Dark Soul's possession would take at least 10 minutes. Because he was hit, his soul was also affected. It was basically impossible for him to recover in a short time. And these 10 minutes were his chance. At this time, Lin Ruoxian, who was in shock, was the first to recover. He rushed to Ling Xiao's side and threw a blood spirit pill into Ling Xiao's mouth. He used his internal energy to stimulate the pill's effect. After all, Ling Xiao's injuries were so serious that he couldn't even digest the blood spirit pill. Moon Death, stop and pa! He's very weak right now! Lin Ruoxian shouted as he was treating Ling Xiao's injuries. Of course, Dark Pa didn't want Ling Xiao to recover. Even if he wasn't strong enough after taking over Ling Xiao's body, he still wanted to kill Ling Xiao. But unfortunately, Yushan blocked in front of him. Seeing that Ling Xiao was injured like that because of his own incompetence, Moon Death was both sad and angry. She launched a frenzied attack, wanting to kill Enpa. Although Enpa dodged most of the attacks, he was able to stop Enpa from attacking Ling Xiao. At this moment, it was basically a competition. Let's see who can recover faster, and who can recover faster. Ling Xiao looked at Enpa coldly. Although he was heavily injured, he was extremely calm. Sister Ruoxian, help me break through. This way, I'll recover faster. If he relied solely on the blood spirit pill, he would need at least 3 blood spirit pills to fully digest before he could recover. 1 blood spirit pill could only allow him to recover the ability to circulate his energy. But if he broke through, it would be a different story. If he broke through to the next realm, not only would his body recover quickly, his combat strength would also soar. By then, that old dog Enpa wouldn't be his opponent at all. Moreover, he was constantly releasing the potential in his body. It would be a pity if he just let it go to waste. Ling Xiao, you're crazy. If you do that, you'll have to go through a lot of pain. Do you know that? Lin Ruoxian knew what Ling Xiao was trying to do. But if he did that, he would have to go through the most painful torture in the world. Because his body was broken, every time he circulated his energy, it would cause excruciating pain. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand it. I'm not crazy. I'm very calm. We don't know what other tricks Enpa has. Yushan can stop him for a while, but it can't stop him forever. We have to hurry up. Otherwise, we'll all die. Ling Xiao endured the pain and said, All right, I'll help you. Lin Ruoxian knew Ling Xiao too well. Once Ling Xiao decided on something, it was impossible to change his mind. Instead of arguing here, he might as well help Ling Xiao break through as soon as possible. That way, he could prevent Ling Xiao from suffering even more pain. Seeing this, Enpa laughed and said, Idiot, you've already been poisoned by my Black Death demonic poison. You still want to break through? The Black Death demonic poison's greatest effect is its absorption of energy. Even if you don't die, you'll be stuck here for the rest of your life. Don't even think about breaking through. Ling Xiao naturally didn't care about what Enpa said. The Black Death demonic poison was indeed terrifying. But Ling Xiao believed that even the Black Death demonic poison was afraid of what he had. Since he couldn't get rid of it, he would just swallow it. He would let this Black Death demonic poison become his strength. Taotai beast, swallow this Black Death demonic poison! A pitch-black heavenly domain appeared behind Ling Xiao. It was vast and boundless, deep and mysterious. What's that? Enpa was stunned for a moment. He instinctively felt a sense of fear and anxiety. Could that guy really be able to get rid of my Black Death demonic poison? No! Impossible! Although he said it was impossible, Enpa was very anxious. He desperately circulated his inner strength to adapt to this new body as soon as possible. At the same time, he swallowed his precious elixirs. These elixirs were refined from the blood of countless genius disciples of the Eight Immortal Mountain. They were even better than the blood spirit elixir. Therefore, his recovery speed instantly surpassed Ling Xiao's. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and didn't pay attention to his opponent's situation. There was only one possibility that could allow him, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death to survive. That was to break through. It was very easy to break through from the late stage of the 7th hellish stage to the peak stage of the Yin-Yang First Revolution. He only used less than 5 minutes. After all, he had suffered such serious injuries. The potential release from his cells was terrifying. However, to break through from the 7th hellish stage to the 8th hellish stage was a hurdle. It was a very big hurdle. During this process, Ling Xiao felt as if he had experienced everything from the 1st hellish stage to the 7th hellish stage. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been unable to endure that kind of pain. However, to Ling Xiao, it was nothing. He had endured more painful torture than this in the past. If he could endure it in the past, he could also endure it now. In the pitch-black Tyrant universe, there was only the Broken Mountain River world. It was Ling Xiao who repaired the Broken Mountain River world bit by bit. The Heavenly Dragon continent, the Divine Phoenix continent, and the White Tiger continent. The 3 continents appeared in the Mountain River world as if they were perfect replicas of the real world. Other than living beings, everything else was the same. At this moment, the Mountain River world began to show the appearance of the Black Tortoise continent. However, it was only a small dot in the huge Black Tortoise continent. After this dot was enlarged, it was the vast land under the jurisdiction of the 8 Immortals County. When all of this appeared, Ling Xiao's cultivation seemed to be stimulated by some kind of power. Chapter 2579. When Ling Xiao broke through, the power of the royal heaven-earth continuously flowed into his limbs and bones, complementing the effects of the blood-spirit pill. In addition, he recovered after breaking through. At that moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. He broke through. He also recovered. He directly advanced from the late stage of the 7th level of hell to the early stage of the 8th level of hell. The combat power of the 8th level of hell was dozens of times higher than the 7th level of hell. At that moment, Ling Xiao was like a giant beast that could swallow the sky and destroy the sea, releasing an aura that could destroy the world. He suddenly opened his eyes. 2 terrifying bolts of lightning shot out from his eyes, piercing through the clouds in the sky. Wind and lightning surged. The sky changed color. Lin Ruoxian was astonished by his strength. However, Enpa was terrified. Ling Xiao benefited from the disaster. Not only did he not die, but he also refined the Black Death demonic poison. Coupled with the large amount of potential in his body, he made a huge breakthrough in his cultivation. At the same time, Enpa had also regained his peak strength. However, he did not dare to fight again. Before Ling Xiao broke through, he could not suppress Ling Xiao. Instead, he was beaten to the point that he had to give up his strongest body. Now that Ling Xiao had broken through, how could he still have a chance of winning? He turned and fled in fear. He did not want to stay here for a second longer. However, Ling Xiao only looked at him indifferently. His expression was cold, and his gaze was indifferent, as if there was no killing intent. However, Enpa knew very well that he could not kill Ling Xiao just now. Now that Ling Xiao had recovered and broken through, he would definitely kill Enpa. What was dignity? What was dignity? He had escaped from Ling Xiao once, and he did not mind escaping again today. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao would not give him the chance. I spared your life on a whim, but I did not expect you to not be grateful and want to kill me instead. If not for my strong foundation, I would have been killed by you. Do you really think I will let this happen again? The wolf travels 1,000 miles. Lightning wolf. Ling Xiao's body turned into a flash of lightning and appeared behind Enpa in an instant. No matter how fast Enpa was, he could not outrun the wolf. Damn it, why did I provoke him? Why? This guy's cultivation speed was so fast, and his improvement was godly. So many people wanted to kill him, but they couldn't. He's naturally a person with great fortune. Going against him is simply courting death. It's too late now. Enpa was annoyed. If he had not made an enemy out of Ling Xiao, he would have been the strongest person in the 8 Immortals County. In the future, he might be able to live a carefree life as an ancestor of the dark race. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. The lightning behind him had already caused his body to feel waves of piercing pain. He knew that he was finished. He could only desperately shout, "Help!" A figure descended from the sky. This person's cultivation was even stronger than Enpa's. He had reached the middle stage of the 8th level of hell. He was dressed in black and wore a black scarf. Obviously, he did not want others to recognize his face. Young man, where it's possible to let people off, you should spare them. He didn't kill you, but helped you to break through. Why don't you spare his life? The black-clothed man was very arrogant. He spoke to Ling Xiao in an arrogant tone. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like this? At this moment, even if God was standing in front of Ling Xiao, he would not be able to stop him from killing Enpa. Although the black-clothed man was strong, he was nothing in Sumo's eyes. Young man, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Please let him go because I think highly of you. Don't force me to do it. The black-clothed man was obviously angry, but his arrogant tone was still there. However, at the moment he said those words, a cold light flashed across his eyes. He suddenly felt that his head was separated from his body. He felt cold at the bottom of his neck. He was horrified to see his body standing there shakily. I'm dead? The black-clothed man lost his life in a daze. Even at the moment of his death, he still did not understand how Ling Xiao did it. It's your turn, Enpa. Even if God is here, he won't be able to help you. Ling Xiao's sword cut off the black-clothed man's head and pierced Enpa's throat. The terrifying lightning pierced Enpa's spiritual sea. This time, Enpa could no longer transfer his soul to another body. Monster! In his final struggle, Enpa yelled out these 2 words in horror. You're right. I'm a monster. I specialize in killing bastards like you. Soul capture. The 4-leaf demonic eyes released a strange demonic light. From Enpa's spiritual sea, Ling Xiao obtained the information he wanted. Soul capture. Let your power become my power. At that moment, all of Enpa's cultivation was integrated into Ling Xiao's body. This guy was indeed a martial artist at the early stage of the 8th level of hell in yin-yang transformation. Just soul capture alone was enough to increase Ling Xiao's cultivation by 40%. What a pity! That guy died too quickly. Soul capture could only be used on the living. It had no effect on the dead. The martial artist at the middle stage of the 8th level of Hell in yin-yang transformation was already dead. He could not use this move at all. However, Ling Xiao was not greedy. He could not overdo it by relying on soul capture to increase his combat power. He had to increase it by 1 stage. Then, he would train and make this combat power belong to him. Otherwise, if too many external combat powers accumulated, it would be impossible to get rid of them. The unlucky one would be Ling Xiao himself. After dealing with Enpe, Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He had gained a lot from this battle. However, the process was extremely thrilling. Ling Xiao had almost walked through the gates of hell. But fortunately, he managed to pull through. This was the life of a martial artist. It was absolutely impossible for a martial artist to never encounter danger on the road of martial arts. Only after experiencing danger again and again, and then transforming, could one truly grow. Who sent that person just now? Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death walked over and asked Ling Xiao. It doesn't matter who sent him. What matters is that he is already dead. Ling Xiao did not want to tell Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death the truth. He was worried that it would bring danger to the 2 girls. It would also bring him trouble. He found out from Impo's spirit sea that the mastermind of this assassination was Chen Kanglin of Jihyun of Silla. As for the reason, he knew very well. However, he did not intend to expose it. He would pretend that he did not know anything for now. After all, with his current strength, he was still unable to fight against Jihyun of Silla. Sooner or later, he would take revenge. For now, he would make use of Jihyun of Silla's connections and power. This would make him safer in the Qin Kingdom. Let's go. It's time to go back. Ling Xiao hid some secrets in his heart. He brought Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death back to 8 Immortal Mountain. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.